you are, oh, Justin. Okay, great. Nice to meet you. I've seen your name many a time, but I haven't met you in person. So here's the agenda for today. I'll talk just a little bit longer, and then Jeff will do an overview, climbing the mountain, going back down the other side, or just climbing it really. Then we'll talk about agreements, environmental, take a lunch, and depending on how long I take and how long Jeff takes, the environmental might be moved to after lunch, but we'll see how it goes. I'll try to speed it up. Right away, and then construction contract administration. And then Marty's going to open up the portal and talk about some changes. So we'll do Q&A afterwards. But feel free to have questions so we can make this really a true working workshop. So I just wanted to go over the CRTPO role and call for projects, the federal funding flow, when our call is, and then how we do project selection using the policy guide scoring. So first, roles and responsibility. So we broke it out in three parts. Municipality, you all find the project that you want to apply for, you put the application in, you follow NCDOT and FHWA standards, and you request reimbursements. That's sort of oversimplified, of course, but that's sort of the gist. CRTPO's role is to prioritize, program the projects. So we take your applications, score them, rank them, apply the funding, and program them, add them to our transportation improvement program. And then NCDOT adds the project to their state transportation improvement program if it isn't already in there. They do the agreement, and then they work with you throughout the process to make sure everything is done to their standard and FHWA. So the purpose of this slide is just to show we're not sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars. For the planning projects, we do work with the jurisdictions on reimbursement, but the flow is from FHWA and CDOT to the jurisdictions. That's why your municipal agreement is with NCDOT and not CRTPO. So NCDOT is taking a lot of risk on working with you. So they're the middle people really doing a lot of risk. So we appreciate that. Project selection, our website, crtpo.org, we have a lot of information just about CRTPO on our website, but if you go to project plans and program, in the drop-down discretionary grants program, we'll talk about the funding. When our calls open, it will have applications, all the forms. There is under resources at a couple headings over from the circle, there are some estimating resources. We try to do unit prices from City of Charlotte unit prices. So that might not be applicable so much for Troutman, but maybe there's a multiplier we can use. So we try to do like a low, medium, high, depending on if you're downtown, what size your town is, that type of thing. So you can use that. Our discretionary grants program policy guide is what we use to score projects. And so this was first adopted in 2019. We did a small revision in 2020, tweaking for bonus allocation funds. And then in September 23, we did a little bit more of an update because we were adding inflation, construction contingencies. We've also made a change where on Wednesdays, every Wednesday at 2, we have a transportation staff meeting, and we have been inviting you all to do project updates, which has been great so far. So annually, you'll come, we have assigned month to you, and you'll come and do a slideshow and present where you are with your projects. And that's been great because we have asked you to talk about what you've learned. So it seems like each project has some little interesting thing, and the project managers have done a good job at trying to explain, what they learned and what they would do different next time. So the application timeline for our fall call, we typically open it mid-August. I try to hit a Monday. So August 18th, we'll open the call. I do not know the funding availability. We look at NCDOT to help us in June or July, and then we'll post when the funding, how much funding we have available. And I will say that if CMAQ is programmed through FY26, so they do like a 4-year window. We have programmed to FY26. If it gets renewed, we'll do another 4 years. And so I'm on the fence about if we really feel like CMAQ is going to get renewed, we'll probably put that in this fall call. If not, it will need to be next year. But if it's in this fall call, it'll be a healthy balance. So just stay tuned for that. We typically program, we should average about 28 or 30 million per year. So just to give you a little bit of a heads up. We're doing the pre-submittal meetings. That has a mandatory date of October 17th with applications due on the 31st. This year, we dissolved the Project Oversight Committee, and they were the group that would look at the applications, the score, and recommend the funding. So we have a list of projects and how they rank by score, and then we have so much money. So there's always a line somewhere in that list. Last year, we got lucky. We were able to fund everything, at least partially, so that was nice. This year, I doubt we'll be so lucky on that. But the TCC is going to do a workshop of what the Project Oversight Committee did. So it's going to be interesting, but it's very transparent. Everybody can help listen in, help explain to the board what just happened. I think it's just going to be a little bit easier that way. And then the TCC and the board will go through their usual for information, and then we'll present for action. Then it gets amended into the approved projects then get amended into the state. So we'll use the same applications we developed in 2021. They're Word documents. Hopefully you're getting used to them by now. The first, 7 pages or so are sort of a general what CRTPO is doing and a little bit of generic stuff about our call for project. And then the back part is more about your project. And so I think everybody's getting used to this, so I don't want to change it quite yet, but I think it's working in Word. We will do the same pre-submittal meetings. This form is from 2022. I don't think it's changed too much. So we meet with NCDOT, the project managers, and anybody else you have on staff. Just to go over your project, you can verbally tell us about it, open up some plans, look at the estimate. And NCDOT is at the table, and they can help answer questions on delivery if there's something specific. They also know what projects are coming up. And so if there's going to be any overlap or specific challenges, we'd like to hear about that up front so we can help you. We're the government. We're here to help you. Our fall call funding is broken out like this. So the planning, our goal is about 1% of the funds available, or 500,000. So we look at all of the applications. I go out each year on a limb and say that I think we typically fund all of the planning applications that we get. So note to self, we try to make this a little bit more regional. So not for like TIAs, they need to be, think about how your planning projects crossing boundaries are really making a difference for CRTPO members. And then highway and highway and non-highway bike ped, we do a 80-20 split on that. So that's all I have for that. CRTPO, any questions for us? All right, good. Well, welcome everybody that's coming in. And next we have Jeff. Probably lots of people know Jeff. Maybe at least by email. But thank you so much for coming. And You're just a wealth of information.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Before I start, do want to thank Jennifer and CRTPO and the staff for putting this together. I see a lot of people that I do recognize, but I see a lot that I don't. So it's nice to have these things every once in a while just to kind of go over the process. For those who are new, my slides hopefully going to help a lot. For those who've done this for a while, you may fall asleep, so I apologize for that. And we also have questions if you have any later for those that are here online. Like Jennifer said, just please put it in the chat, or you can email me. I have my email at the end of the slides, and I'll answer all your questions and get you what you need. Also like to thank Jennifer for reminding me why I don't like to drive in traffic and come to Charlotte. So I know a lot of people are coming in late, so I apologize for that. Those are at home, you're lucky. Once again, I'm Jeff, the local projects engineer with DOT. You don't see my face a lot, but you probably do send a lot of emails. Presentation, we're going to talk about the major steps of governing the projects through the municipalities. Excuse me, the basic role of what I do. We'll talk about funding authorizations, go into document submittals. These are all the major documents that you need throughout your way until you get to construction. And then I put some slides together for some helpful advice. You all know local projects is not the easiest thing. So maybe some tips that could kind of help. So the basic requirements for these federal aid projects, first thing is this is cost reimbursement. So the municipalities need to realize that they do fund this first, and then afterwards they come back to DOT and ask for the funds. You must have the funds available, of course, and also keep in mind your local match plus any overages. So as the economy gets worse, it seems like, and things are getting higher, you have to cover those or come back to Jennifer and beg for more money. So we'll talk about funding authorization. It's required for every phase of work that you do. The LGA, which is the municipality, has the responsibility to deliver the project. We get a lot of phone calls about your projects, and it's one of the first things I let them know that it's not a DOT project, that they really need to reach out to you folks. So there's that. Let's see. And then NCDOT, we have the stewardship and oversight agreement with Federal Highway. And that's what gives us the right to kind of help you get through this process and make sure you're using the funds appropriately. So now to the major steps and the mountain that Jennifer referred to. I really like this drawing or diagram, I guess. For those, I get a lot of phone calls that ask like, hey, what do I need before I can get right-of-way authorization? Or what do I need before I get construction authorization? This chart will guide you through the whole thing. Those that are bolded will be documents that you're going to submit. The rest of the stuff is things that you're working kind of behind the scenes. But obviously you start with programming. That's working with CRTPO. Then we get to your municipal agreement. That's where you'll be working with the LPMO who's in the back. You'll be sending that stuff. That's your first experience with the portal. Yay. So that's where you dip your toes into that. You submit your agreement application, starts that process. And once that's executed, you see the preliminary engineering authorization. So you would request that. And you don't do anything else until those funds come in. The next step would be procuring your professional services, your design firms. Maybe you're going ahead and have a design firm that's also going to have a right-of-way firm to help out. That's where that comes into play. Once you go through those steps and get all that approved, then you'll start your preliminary plans, your environmental documentation, right-of-way plans, right-of-way estimates, utility relocation estimate. And then the next step, you request right-of-way authorization. Wait for that. Once they submit that in, it takes about a month and a half usually to get any type of authorizations. When those funds come in, that's when you can officially start doing your right-of-way acquisition, relocating your utilities. Fairly long process. During that time, you could also, if you want, go ahead and start working on your final plans, your contract specs, construction estimates. You're going to also have to do your right-of-way, your utility and railroad certifications. Those will be your next documents that you'll be submitting. And then the second part of the mountain is the construction mountain. Is at the bottom, you're requesting your construction authorization funds. When you get those, you go to your CEI selection, your testing firms. You'll go through that process. You're going to advertise your contract, lead award. Eventually start construction, and that brings in your inspection, your CEI group. Then you have your final inspection, project acceptance, final reimbursement, your final voucher date, and then you guys or somebody's going to maintain, I guess it depends on what we're dealing with, what was done. And that is the end of the mountain. If you make it that far, congratulations. So what do I do? First of all, I did a horrible job with that slide because it's really too close at the top. So obviously I don't do slides a lot. The first thing is obviously I work with the LPMO and the Federal Highway to help you guys deliver your project. That's the main part of my job. Your LPMO, local program management group, is going to coordinate the agreement and work with professional engineering firms when you submit that. And then when they get done with that, it comes to me, and I'm going to be the one that's going through all your document submittals. You're going to be submitting stuff through the portal, all that fun stuff. And I divvy that out to who it needs to go to. Let's see, I provide communication between the municipalities, your design firm, and then all the reviewing unit groups with DOT. So when you submit something, your design firm, if you have one, is going to submit it to you first, and then you're going to submit it through the portal. And then from that, I will take whatever document it is, and I'll make sure it gets to the right groups that need to do the reviews. So if there's any questions, then I'm kind of the middleman that just kind of goes back and forth to help you all out. I also request the funding authorizations for you. That's not the PE, but that is the right-of-way, your utility, and your construction phases. The LPMO will handle your PE phase, your funding for that. Of course, all that's done through the wonderful portal. Let's see, I help the municipalities manage their project schedules. That's what we call milestones at the DOT. That's probably the most annoying thing that you'll get from me because I will email you. I have bosses and they like to know schedules and they're really focused on that. So if you have a schedule and let's say your right-of-way plans are due, this month, then when it starts getting close, I'm going to ask you where you are with that. It's appreciated if you can help me keep up with that and keep your dates moving. Sometimes we struggle with that and it forces me to have to change your dates for you, and you probably don't want that. So just saying, try to be a little vocal on that. If you see something's not on time, just reach out to me. Simple email is fine. I track your project through completion. I have a spreadsheet that if it ever was lost, I would probably have to quit because I cannot remember all the projects. Currently, I have 64, I think, between all the different municipalities. And that's prior to let. And then we have a few, 8 or so that are under construction. So it's hard for me to remember. So if you call on the phone, don't be surprised if it takes me a little bit to pull up the spreadsheet and just look. Or if you ask me something like this, if I don't know what my spreadsheet says, I may have a hard time telling you because there's a lot to remember. But my spreadsheet literally tracks every document to the date and it lets me know exactly where you are and what you need next.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we talk about the schedule? Like, people are asking you to update, or we're asking our members to update their schedule all the time. And maybe it would help us understand how that's important. So I know, like, one thing I could add is sometimes the STIP unit will do like advanced construction dollars. And so it helps them plan out funding.
Right.
Of course, we have the year end. So if something gets carried over to a new fiscal year, we need to do a whole STIP or TIP amendment. But what else am I not thinking of why you need to know the schedule?
Probably not the best to ask that too, because I don't get into the weeds with that. But it is, like you said, it's based off the STIP. It's based off available funds. And we take your schedules and we say, okay, well, here's the schedule, and they're going to need right-of-way funds are going to be allocated by this date. So that's put into that fiscal year. Well, if you all of a sudden decide, hey, I can't make this, I got to push it, and you're going to another fiscal year, we got to take that money into the next. Well, that's already been programmed. So it's like a shell game. They've tried to show it to us. We had a workshop one time where we had to try to figure it all out, and it was very complicated to move money. And since you move money from here, you got to see, can you move money from there? I don't know if people can see me online, but you have to move money from one fiscal year to the next, and you're switching all around. So it gets complicated. So it's important to try to keep your schedules. We've been taking time to try to figure out ways to help you schedule a project. And I've got a spreadsheet that's going to help with that. But a lot of times we've noticed when projects come from any planning organization that sometimes they say, okay, I want this project. And since I can get my PE funds in fiscal year 26, then I'll do right away 27, construction 28. And it's not going to happen. And we see that quite often. So hopefully this, where it says here the new Division 10 LAP schedule and spreadsheet, hopefully that'll help you guys. I usually tell people, go ahead and plan for like a 5-year project, but it's like what you said, it comes down to the shell game, moving money where it needs to go. It's not as big of a deal when I'm moving within a fiscal year. It's just really about tracking it, but it's when you really shift until now I've got to move it to the next fiscal year that it really becomes a problem. And for me personally, I feel uncomfortable moving your project schedules because they're your projects. You know what you're doing. I don't know where you are on everything. I know what document you submitted last, but I don't know, are you close to submitting your plans? Or you not? So it's really scary. And when I get close to where it's going to bump it into a new fiscal year, that's when I'll really harass you a lot. Like, please, you've got to tell me something. Give me a date. And some of you are really great at it. So for those who are, thank you. It's greatly appreciated. Hopefully that kind of.
No, that helps because when I was on the other side and Tim Kirk was always like, what's your schedule? I'm like, I don't know. Like, why is
That's the
that?
normal answer.
Yeah. And so it's nice to understand like how it's used and you're not just asking. I know you're not asking just to
Yeah.
ask, but you know, it helps to understand it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's why it's all about funding and knowing where the money's coming from and how much we have left. Especially here lately with them redoing the STIP and stuff, it's been really important. And I know Lee's here. He's probably been pulling his hair out having to deal with all that. Yeah. So it can be stressful. All right, let's see. So obviously coordinate with the STIP unit and Carpo for any funding concerns, discrepancies. We talk quite a bit, Jennifer and I. She cares about you municipalities quite a bit, and she's looking out for your best interests. So if you haven't thanked her, please do so because she works really hard. I work with other planning organizations, and she by far does more than you would expect anybody to do. So I'm grateful for her, and you should be. I provide DOT concurrence of award. If the project construction cost is less than $2.5 million. If it's more than that, we have to send it to Raleigh. Usually takes a little longer, but as long as everything's right, it goes pretty quick, like 2 weeks maybe. And if it's a state funded LAP, I'll help draft that agreement. I also provide oversight to municipalities to make sure you're using the funds. That's your invoices. Kelly, who's here, helps out a lot with that. Probably does it more than I, but we do your right of way, utility construction invoices, and the LPMO will handle your PE invoices. Coordinate with the DOT oversight engineers. If there's any questions, if you have construction questions, we kind of all work together with Kelly, and also complete the project closeout and your final billing. I'm learning that last part. All right, so funding authorizations. So anytime you have a project, you choose, like I'm going to have PE, right of way, and construction. You choose the phases that you want reimbursement for, and every phase has to be approved. So you ask for funding authorization for each, and you do that through the portal, and you can't do anything at all that involves that phase until your funds are authorized and you do not get reimbursed. So your PE phase is preliminary engineering. That's your professional engineering services and all the other pre-construction activities. Right of way will cover your right of way acquisition. That's your cost of acquiring the right of way, your appraisals, real property, and all your other little right of way associated costs. It can also cover utility relocation if you don't have a specific phase for that. Here lately, they seem to be having more utility phases. So that's just another phase that we have to get permission for or funding authorization for, and obviously handles your utilities. And then you have your construction phase, which would be construction and your inspection and contract admin. Yes, sir. Dan Lever in the back.
If there's a utility phase for a project, what do y'all need to see from the municipality to get that approved? Is that an email to you or like an estimate from the utility companies?
So yeah, it'd be your utility estimate. So if you'd go back to that mountain chart, well, I guess I could go back to the mountain chart. All right, so looking there, when you have your PE and you've hired your firm, you see where it says right-of-way authorization. You can just about put utility there as well. The only thing different, if you split right-of-way and utility for the right-of-way authorization, I would not need to see your utility relocation estimate. But for utility authorization, I would want to see that. So that'd be those documents. Your right-of-way estimate, your utility relocation estimate would switch. So good question. Most of my projects so far seem to have just the 3 phases if they're going to utilize all 3, but I know Marta can probably say this. I think a lot of them are starting to go where they want us to do the utility phase.
Yeah, I think this upcoming fall, we'll put a utility phase in there. At least for larger projects. Are we happy with that or no? Indifferent? Okay.
I mean, it's the same documents, right? So it's not like we're increasing anything. I mean, it's just,
It's more time in the portal.
right. Well, we love the portal. And a lot of you have learned the portal, so we decided to change it now. So now we have to go relearn all that. Yes, Kelly?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that condemnation is also, you're able to get reimbursement for that under the right-of-way phase.
Right, thank you. Yeah, correct. So condemnation does included in that. And I guess your attorney fees and that kind of stuff would all come with that as well. All right, so continuing on with funding authorizations, that the mountain chart that we just went back and looked at, that shows all the deliverables needed. So really good chart to have, maybe print it out and throw it in a drawer somewhere. So if you have any questions about what documents needed to get what authorization, that'll tell you what you need. Your funding authorization is what starts the clock on your agreement end date. So if you're doing a project that has just one phase, once you get authorization of that phase, that'll start your clock. So you have 3 years to complete the work. And that's completion, including construction, final billing, all that stuff, final closeout. And then, of course, if you have more than one phase, you have 5 years. And I track that on the spreadsheet. You should track it as well. But when you get close to the end, either reach out to me or I'll reach out to you to let you know that you're about to run out on your agreement end date. If that does run out, we can't process invoices. So we'll ask you to do a supplemental agreement, or we'll do a supplemental agreement to extend that date. And we'll ask you, a date that seems appropriate. Feel free whenever you have that date to extend it farther, because it usually seems to go a little farther than you think it's going to. Closeout takes a while, especially when you have condemnation to deal with. Funding authorizations still require review of your estimates. So we go through that. That's also on the mountain chart. That would be your right-of-way estimate, your construction estimate. Those are all the things we look at to verify your funding authorization. And one big thing to remember when it comes to your funding is that DOT does use some of it. Approximately 10%. It really depends on how many reviews you submit. If you submit a lot of plan reviews, obviously we're going to have to charge more to it. So if you get a firm that's really good, or in-house staff, whoever you're using, that's really good with doing your plans, that'll save you a lot of money in the long run. And there's also, like I said, construction oversight, SAP charges. There's a lot of little charges that hit. And every time we put a charge, SAP also charges. So keep that in mind. And of course, the federal or the municipalities are responsible for the share of those charges. Funding authorization by the Board of Transportation and Federal Highway. It says 1 to 2 months. I would just go ahead and say 1.5 to 2. It really depends on when you submit your request. In a minute, I think the next slide shows the end date, or the chart shows you when you have to have your stuff submitted by. So if you miss that by a day or two and they don't want to bend on that, you're going to have to wait till the next month. So sometimes it'll put a little delay on your project. The municipalities are notified in writing when funding authorization has been received. Please wait till you have that. I'll email it to you. The email will have your PDF on it. That's good enough, but do not do anything that involves that phase until you have that email saying that you have your funding. Because last bullet there says any billable work done prior to the funding authorization of that specific phase is not reimbursable. And we really want to make sure you guys get all the money that you've requested. That's our goal. And Kelly's really good about making sure you get it down to the penny. So we really put effort into making sure you get everything you can. This is the cutoff that I was just talking about. That's for this year. So if you want to, I don't know if you guys can find that or not, but if you want to take a picture, you can. But that's what we go off of. And that's not when you submit it to me. That's when it goes into AFRA, which is what I entered in. So if you see, like this next one is Friday, June the 6th. If you put it in the portal on Friday, June the 6th, there's a chance that I may not get it. And I can go and ask, and usually they'll give me a day or two, but they don't have to. So I wouldn't rely on that. But those are your cutoff dates. All right, so we'll talk about document submittals. The design and your plan reviews. As always, Federal Highway says they have to be per DOT standard specs, and that's for everything. So it's also a standard roadway drawings as well. Regardless of your funding phase, I would prefer that you send me 3 stages of plans. Obviously, if you're doing all 3 phases or 4 phases, you have to do this. But for those who submit and they just want construction funds, I still would at least at minimum require right-of-way plans. The main goal of that is we don't want to get to your final plan submittal. And when we do our reviews, we realize that you need more easement or you need something else. And then you're going to have to go back and start that process again and trying to avoid that. So love to see preliminary plans if you're just getting a construction, or if maybe you're just doing right-of-way phase and construction phase. But I'm a little lenient on that, but I do like the right-of-way plans and then obviously your final plans. All plan submittals are sent to, we call it the special studies unit. It's no longer that. I send it really to each individual unit, but they will all go to Raleigh. Anything in Mecklenburg County, the District 2 office also likes to review. For those that are in Union County, it just goes to Raleigh. The district office does not want to review it. And it usually takes about 3 weeks for every submittal. So keep that in mind if you submit plans and we go through and review it. And then we give you comments. It takes a while for those comments to be addressed. And when you resubmit it again, there's another 3 weeks. So it adds up if you have a lot of back and forth. So try to answer all the comments that we give on your next revision. The comment response letter is required for each plan and contract resubmittal. That just helps us go back and look and remember what we told you. It'll also speed up your review. So please send something that says, hey, here's the comments you gave us, and then here is what we think about them, and here's what we've done to address them. The next bullet says that you address every comment received. You would be shocked how many times we get plans that have no changes. So you'll submit plans and we review them and we give you comments, and the next plans you send are the exact same thing. And 3 weeks later, they come back and say nothing's changed, or your comments are from the last review. So please pay attention to that. If there's a comment that you disagree with or you don't understand, you can call me and we can talk about it. I can get us together with the review firm or review group if I don't know the answer. But don't just skip it. At minimum, put a comment in there that says, hey, you said this and this is how we're addressing that or not addressing it. And then at least we know that you did see the comment. So that's a very important thing. Also on your plans, when you submit them, make sure you have your drainage calcs and all your geotech info when you submit it, because we do need that for the review. And Raleigh does not like it when I send it without those documents because it kind of causes confusion. So I'll hold on to it until I have all that. Something commonly overlooked is your erosion control plans. Since these projects are not DOT, it is up to the municipality to get those approved. We will not be reviewing them. You'll send those to DEQ. They'll do your review and approvals. And all you need to do is just make sure when you submit your final plan that you have those DEQ approved erosion control plans, and they are stamped. And I always like it when they include the approval letter, but you don't have to. If something happens, it's going to come down on the municipality. So just something to keep in mind. And then be sure you're notified in writing when it's okay to go into the next phase of plans. I do that quite a bit, especially with right-of-way. If you get comments submitted and they're or right-of-way plans, if you have comments submitted and the comments are really nothing that's going to affect right-of-way, we'll go ahead and approve the right-of-way plans, and then you just address those comments on the final plan submittal. So your right-of-way and utility relocation estimates, those are required prior to requesting. It should say right-of-way authorization or utility authorization if you have utility a phase. It's also reviewed by me and some others in the division staff. I put in here about these STI projects. I don't think that really comes in play here, but if you do have one of those every 2 years, you got to update your estimate at minimum, prefer every year. Then there's the utility and railroad certification. That's required for your construction authorization. Excuse me. Those are reviewed and approved by me. Strongly recommended to have all the utilities relocated prior to requesting construction authorization. It's not required, because you do have the utility certification, and one of the check boxes is that it's not relocated yet, but we do have plans to do that in place. But sometimes you run into situations, I know you find this hard to believe, that the utilities are being delayed. And when that happens, if you've already let this thing out and you have a contractor waiting and he has a date that he's planning to proceed on, and you can't meet that, you may have problems. So strongly suggest all your utilities are handled before you get to that. Or if you can, I guess, perceive how long it's going to take. So if you know it's going to be done in 6 months and you really feel certain that's going to happen, maybe have the contract with the date of availability, maybe 8 months, just to kind of give them time to wait, just so your contractor knows. See, and then obviously, if you got any railroads involved, you need to start that day one and get them notified and get all that stuff, because it does take time. So your next big document would be your contract proposal. For those of you that remember Jared, he's no longer with DOT. So we have Jason Brooks, who is in the building over there. Any questions with contracts, you can reach out to him. There's his email address. For this meeting, if you have some, I don't mind trying to answer them, but I may have to point them over to Jason if it's something that I don't know. But he's our new proposals engineer, so easy to work with. Feel free to reach out. Copy me on any emails you send so I know what's going on, but that's the contract guy. And obviously that's required before getting construction authorization to have an approved contract. The division or Raleigh is going to review and approve the contract depending on how much the estimate is of your construction. If it's over $2.5 million, or if it's a really complex project, we'd send it to Raleigh. Anything under 2.5, Mr. Jason has the honor of reviewing that. And of course, these are all done by DOT specs and standards. The ones listed below, we don't use those. And it's typically a 3 to 4 week review, depending on how complex the contract is. And also probably when you get further on into the review and there's only a few things to check, if you have a comment response document with it, it helps Jason or Raleigh out and they can get it done quicker. So maybe a 2 week or 3 week review. With contract proposals, you can submit it with blanks for your letting dates and DBE goals. That's a common question. We don't need that stuff filled in until right before advertising. Obviously with reviews, those dates will be changed. So just leave them blank. But make sure, obviously, before you advertise that those dates are in there. Contractor pre-qualifications, they need to be pre-qualified prior to bidding. They cannot bid on it. If they bid and they're the low bidder and they're not pre-qualified, they don't get it. And they need to stay current throughout. Make sure your request changes from previous submittals are incorporated in the final submittal. Which we already talked about, your comment response letter, submit that. Proposal review is good for 6 months. So if you get, or I guess I said proposal approval is good for 6 months. Once you get it approved, you have 6 months. Anything after that, you're going to have to resubmit it, and we'll just look it over again. That's just because special revisions change quite a bit. So we need to keep up with, make sure we have all the current ones for when it lets. This link is for the local project website. This helps you with your proposal. So if you have any questions about how to build the proposal, the checklist, you check every little thing. It's really helpful. FAQs, other links, and there's even a first-time user's guide. So it's got a lot of helpful information. The LPMO is really good about putting stuff together to kind of help you through the process. Probably helps reduce the amount of emails that we send more. DBE goals, since it's federally funded, you do have to have a DBE goal set by DOT. Kimberly Fennell, if that's how you pronounce her name, is the DBE certification manager right now. But we'll send that in for you when you get closer along in your contract review. I usually don't send it at the beginning. We make sure your line items are kind of tight and we got them where we think they're going to be, and that your contract's almost done before we submit that for a DBE goal. But I'll tell you what that goal is, and then at that time you can put it in your contract. The municipalities sometimes have their own programs where they have their goals, but we can't use that. It's got to be the DOT provided DBE goal. The municipality specs referencing other programs should be removed. That's usually something that a lot of the bigger municipalities sometimes accidentally put in there and we have to pull them out. At bid opening, the low bidders package should be checked to see if each goal has been reached. If not, we do a good faith effort. Well, I guess you guys will do the good faith effort and you will submit that and show why they could not reach that goal. The subcontractor's DBE status must be kept current or they cannot be counted towards the goal. I've had an issue with that in the past where we actually had a subcontractor on the DBE who was pre-qualified when the bid opening happened. But while waiting for concurrence of award, they let their certification slide and they were no longer allowed to count towards the DBE goal. Fortunately, it didn't lower the goal enough to where they were under the amount they needed. So we got lucky on that one. But it's something they should keep up with. And then there's your engineer's construction estimate. This document should be thorough. Obviously, make sure it's an actual, it's a decent estimate. Sometimes it's easy to just kind of throw something together, but it is important to make sure it's accurate. We do have DOT bid averages and bid tabs online that you can look if you want help. I would suggest to take those. Don't take them exact because our bid averages are usually based off your resurfacing contracts. So for asphalt, it would be a really low price because we're doing thousands and thousands of tons of asphalt versus a project that's a local project would have a lot less, therefore higher prices. You may even be able to reach out to other municipalities and ask them kind of what they're getting on some of their costs. Probably to be a good idea. Also consider your construction schedule. If you have night work involved, if you have small quantities, like I just talked about, that's all going to factor in on your estimate and how much the contractor is going to charge to do this project. STI projects, we need updated estimates. And then, of course, if the low bid is over 10% of the engineer's estimate, we make you do a justification. And sometimes an engineer's estimate correction will be required. And then, of course, if it's something really awful, sometimes you're just going to have to rebid it and go through that process again. And hopefully at that time, you can adjust your estimate as well. These are some helpful links. They all work. I checked them the other day, so I didn't want anybody to fuss at me about that. But those are good links to use if you have any questions about your contract and estimates. Everybody still awake, right? All right, good. All right, so other documents that we have to have would be your municipal agreement. And also when you're trying to get your design firm, your consultants, I'm going to let Justin handle that here in a little while. So he'll talk about that. You have your environmental document. And of course, it depends if it's state funded or federal funded, which document that is. With environmental stuff, I know there's a lot more than just, you just don't show up with a CE or an MCDC. There's a lot of back and forth. So Joel will probably discuss that here in a little bit. All I care about is the actual document, though, is what I need to get your funding. And then, of course, right-of-way, there's the right-of-way certification. We have Mr. Jason Calicut, who's going to talk about that a little bit later after lunch. All right, so now we're going to get into bidding, letting, and award. So construction procurement, prior to contract advertisement, you should have your CEI services solicited. That is after construction authorization, but it is nice to have it done before you advertise. Not necessary, but it is preferred. Testing firms do not have to follow a selection process, but we do go through their rates and approve those. And your CEI and testing firms must be at the pre-construction conference. Advertisement. When you're advertising a contract, you have to do that after construction authorization. You have to advertise for 3 weeks minimum. You may want to advertise for longer if it's a complex project or if you're looking to get as many bids as possible. If you request, we can put your invitation to bid on our website. You don't have to, but I'm always the opinion of the more places it's at, the more bids you may receive. So it's probably a good idea. You can send that to me, or if you want to, you can send it straight to Jason and copy me, but we can put it on the website. And then, of course, any addendums have to be advertised as they're created, and make sure that you have all that handled before bid opening. So when you're receiving bids, you have to have a minimum of 3 responsible bids for the initial bid opening. If you don't, you have to re-advertise and attempt another bid opening. But any subsequent bid openings after that do not have to follow the 3-week advertising or the 3-bid rule. So you could come back later and say, I'm just going to advertise it for 1 more week or 2 weeks. And if you get 1 bid and it's good and you like the bid, you're more than welcome to take it. The bids must acknowledge all the addendums. If they don't have all the addendums acknowledged, it's not valid. And it must be a complete package, and all documents need to be signed. The municipalities should review the bids and determine if they want to proceed. So I will wait after you open your bids until you reach out and say, we brought this before council or board, whatever you have. Maybe it's town manager, and we want to award this to the lowest bidder. When I get that notification, I'll ask you to submit it to the portal, and then that starts the concurrence of award process. Not going to go through all the items because I don't want to waste your time. I know everybody wants lunch, but these are all the items that you need to get concurrence of award. These are also listed on your construction authorization approval letter. So when you get that letter, there will be an amendment to it that has all this stuff on it that lets you know what you need to submit before we can give you concurrence of award. If the projects are over $2.5 million, that will come from Raleigh. And like I said before, anything under that, we handle at the division. If you got any questions about your bid results, reach out as soon as you can. We can go ahead and talk. A lot of times there's issue with like unit prices, or maybe somebody did their math wrong or whatever. We can kind of go over the ways you adjust that and take care of it. Municipalities, when you do the bid opening, you have, per DOT specs, 60 days to award the contract in writing. And I don't know if I've had one yet happen before 60 days. It usually takes a little while before you guys request concurrence. And then it's at least, a week or two for an easy concurrence to happen. So if you see that your 60 days are going to be, you're going to go over that, you're going to want to reach out to that low bidder and ask them to request that low extension of the low bid. And they do not have to. They only have to honor it for 60 days. But I have yet to see anyone who didn't extend it a little. And then, of course, after concurrence has been given and the low bidder has been notified, the municipality can execute the contract. They need to submit a copy of the final plans and the construction contract to the oversight engineers, who I'll let you know. That'll also be on your concurrence letter, let you know who's going to be the person that's looking over your project for DOT. And then, of course, you must invite the proper staff to your pre-construction conference, and that'll be on the concurrence of award letter as well. All right. So here are a few slides that I put together, just some tips, things we've picked up along the way that could help. Feel free, if you have questions, to say something or throw something at me, get my attention. But one thing I always tell everybody is open communication is key. And that's with you all, CRTPO, the LPMO, and myself. When you get a project, there's a lot happening. And if you just reach out and have conversations with us, we can help you through that. So instead of getting in a bind, we can kind of help warn you of what you need to be doing ahead of time. It's just really good to kind of discuss things with us. I'll prefer emails, but if you call, that's fine. But I like emails, so when I give you comments or tell you if you ask a question, you can keep that. And then you never have to ask the question again because you have that email. Get to know the other municipalities. It's nice to be able to ask other people how they handle certain situations, especially those that have a lot of projects. You can ask what they did. Did they have any issues? You can also ask about firms and stuff. You want to talk, but let's see. Obtaining federal funds always has strings attached. It seems so nice to know there's someone there that's just wanting to give you millions of dollars, but sometimes it's going to be difficult, or all the times it's going to add little problems to it. And it also adds cost to your project. So sometimes you may want to look at a project and maybe it's a really small sidewalk project, and it might just be easier to do it through an encroachment. A little less hoops to jump through. So just thought. Give CRTPO an accurate project estimate and schedule when requesting funds. And then don't forget our DOT charges. Jennifer's really good about making sure I'm at the pre-submittal meeting, so I hear her, and she's always making sure you factor in the DOT charges because they will happen. And it's nice to have a good estimate. You do not want to get towards the end of a project and then realize you need a lot more money. And then when you do ask it for Jennifer, she says, no, that is not a good place to be. So it helps to have that. And with the new date thing that we're going to give, or we should be handing out. That'll help because you can, obviously look at your estimates and progress it out to the year that the construction is actually going to happen instead of doing that whole 3-year thing that a lot of people like to do. Proper planning, including your review times and funding authorization delays, is very important. Once again, the division schedule and spreadsheet. If you want it, I can send it. Email. I think, Jennifer, you said something like you may have people doing that. There's the wonderful spreadsheet in all its glory. So with this, like what Jennifer was showing earlier with the fall call, it looks like in spring is when that'll probably be on the STIP amendments and everything will be in play. So let's say you happen to have a project and you are going to be awarded funds. You could use a spreadsheet and you could say, okay, well, I know I'm going to have the project available sometime in spring. We want to start immediately. So I'm going to submit for the agreement application. On this schedule here, I did for today's date. So like today was the day you did it. That breaks down the whole process through the local projects. And your let date's probably going to be around June of 2030. So these dates are based off of the average LAP timeline. I just kind of went through and looked at past projects and tried to figure it out the best I could. And this is considering a project that's multiple phase, like a 3-phase. If you have a project that you're just requesting construction funds for, probably wouldn't follow that because you've already done a lot of this stuff. So it's kind of hard to do a spreadsheet to factor in a timeline for something like that. Also with the spreadsheet, if you look to your right, the other green fields, you have the right-of-way acquisition time. So we break that down by parcel. So if you look at the box, the table above it, anywhere from 1 to 24 parcels, we're thinking it's going to be about a year before you get all the right-of-way you need. Anything 25 to 50 is a year and a half, and then anything over that is obviously the 2-year. And those are basic DOT timelines. Municipalities may be a little less, but from what I've noticed, it seems to be pretty accurate with that. And you also have your utility relocation time. So you can put in how many utilities you need to relocate, and that'll kick out amount of days it's probably going to take for that work to actually happen. So just something we did. Hopefully it'll help. Make sure you've been notified in writing that your funding is authorized. Sometimes people call and I'll tell them like, yeah, your funding should be authorized by the end of the week. Don't trust that. Please make sure you get it in writing, because I do not want you to come back later and say, here's some on an invoice, here's some charges, and it's after that date or before the date. We can't reimburse it for it. So very important. If you have any questions about what items are reimbursable, you want to reach out with us early. And of course, I'll have to reach out and return to Marta and Justin and Federal Highway, because they know this better than I. But there's a lot of, you guys come up with some really different things sometimes and wonder if you can get reimbursed for it. So sometimes it's very difficult to just figure out what we can do. And with Federal Highway, we no longer have Morgan. She is retiring. So, and then with the other stuff that's going on, it's kind of tricky with the Federal Highway right now. So it's a little difficult. I think Marta's got her hands full having to answer a lot of questions. So like we talked about earlier, the EBS portal can be very frustrating. And like I said, we've realized a lot of you are now figuring it out. So now we're changing it again because we don't want it too easy. But it looks like it could be more user-friendly. It's just a matter of actually learning it, how to do it. So a little bit of frustration at first, but hopefully it's a lot easier. You guys will appreciate it and it'll make your job easier. Submit questions via email, especially if they're EBS questions, the portal. I get a lot of questions about how to submit a document, how to resubmit a document. We have a PDF, so I will send it to you through an email. If you keep that, you'll always be able to answer that question. I have a folder on my computer that's literally portal questions, and it's just emails that when people ask, I can cut and paste and send it to you, so I don't have to retype everything. But it's good to have that. Anytime you have questions, you're going to come across it again, whether you're one of the municipalities that have a lot of projects, or maybe you're a municipality that doesn't do a lot at all, and you do one project and it may be a couple years later you having to do it again, and you're not going to remember what you did last time. So if you have those emails, it's very helpful. I'll put in here to avoid submitting multiple portal workflows for the same document. That's a constant issue. And it's really not an issue for you as much as it is for me. So I'm begging you to please don't extra portals. Yeah, Keith.
Sorry, Jeff.
No, you're good.
Just wanted to put in a plug. In working with MARTA, I believe last week there was a webinar on how to use the new portal, and it is available on demand on the LPMO website, if I'm not mistaken. Is that? Yep. So just wanted to put that tip out there for folks. If you weren't able to catch the training last week, you can feel free to go back on the website and watch it at your leisure on demand.
That is correct. I think Marta comes up here later, so I don't know if he was going to talk about that any at all, but that is correct. You can look at it. There's training. There's all kind of little helpful things from the training that we had. To me, it looks like it's going to be easier to do. So hopefully that's the case, but it will be hard to learn at first. But anyway, like I was saying, just if you could submit that. Sometimes I go into the portal and I'm looking at right-of-way plans, and there's 6 or 7 workflows for right-of-way plans. And then it gets really tricky because I go and look and I have to see the status. So some of them may have been rejected. Some of them were returned for revisions to be submitted. And sometimes I still haven't figured this out. Sometimes people will put their revised document in a portal workflow that was done, not the last one, but like one in the middle. So they're like, well, I submitted everything. And I go through and it was like a 3 or 4 year old submittal. So it's not hard. And I can send you I could send you the PDF. That's going to change. So hopefully that process will be easy, but anything you can do to help me, it would be greatly appreciated. Let's see. On your change request for your funding authorizations, there's nothing wrong with sending an email to myself and Justin and ask us, hey, I'm ready for right-of-way authorization, or I'm ready for construction authorization. What am I requesting? And we can go through and tell you, like, hey, here's what STIP's showing. Here's what your agreement shows. You've already been allocated this amount of money, so this is what you need to submit. We run into a lot of issues with the change request where the numbers are incorrect, and then we just save you a little hassle. So nothing wrong with that. The folks online, my firms and stuff online, probably appreciate this one. Having an experienced firm, whether it's the design firm or your inspection firm, can make all the difference. There are several great firms out there that can help you guys out. Don't feel like you have to do it all yourself. You can rely on them. Like we said earlier, it is your project, so I do require that the municipalities submit all the documents. So you would just make sure your firm submits everything to you, and then you submit it to the portal. And then for those who really don't like doing the project management part, if you ask, I don't mind working with the firms, but I do ask that you're going to be copied on everything so you know everything that's happening, and at no time should you be in the dark about what's going on with your project. A lot of people now are using on-calls or wanting to use on-call design firms and CEI. Process is the same. Basically, when you do a local project, the procedure at the beginning, we do allow you to do that. It's best if you reach out before you start the on-call process, and then I can submit that to Justin at the LPMO, and he'll look at them, and we'll basically look over the process. So we'll tell you, yeah, your advertisement's great. Submit, start advertising. Yeah, these firms that you're looking at, these are fine. We agree with the selection. And then we can look at your, I think we call it your master agreement. We can look at that. We will not review your rates at that time. The rates will not happen until you have a project that you're going to use that firm on. And then you would reach out by email and say, hey, I'm ready to start. I have this firm that's on our own call. It would be great if you would send me the letter that would approve the selection. Makes it easier for me. And then here are the rates. So then we'll review them and we'll say, yeah, these rates are great, or no, you need to change a couple of things. And then we move forward. And on-calls are good for 5 years, so make sure you renew. And if you properly manage the firms and keep them on task, it'll definitely make your project better. Like we discussed earlier, I get a lot of issues where plans are submitted and changes are not properly done or not done at all. And I'm not exactly sure why that happens or how that happens, but it does. So, put a little pressure on these firms and let them know, like, hey, every time I send this to Jeff, it's costing me a lot of money. Please get it right and address these comments. Look at the comments beforehand and make sure, like, hey, here's, 30 comments and these are what they are when they submit stuff. Look at their sheet and make sure they actually addressed them. If not, before you send it to me, send it back to them and tell them, hey, you didn't address all these comments. That'll save you a lot of money in the long run and a lot of time. I guess I already touched that. Fewer revised document submittals will equal less delays, and it will help with your cost. Utility relocations are going to take longer than you think. It's like I said before, I recommend you have them all relocated before you request construction authorization. Not required, but it is suggested. It will save you some headaches. These milestone dates can be changed, obviously. You should try to stay on schedule, but we change them a lot. 95% of the agreement or the dates that we have on these projects seem to get changed. So it happens a lot. Notify me, let me know. As soon as you know something, we don't want to delay it. And at the bottom, relying on DOT, me to alter your schedule can result in your project being pushed into another fiscal year. That is what scares me a lot, because I'm thinking past history, you've taken all this time to get to right-of-way plans. So then I don't want to assume it's still going to be the same. And then I push you into another fiscal year, and then you submit right-of-way plans and say, hey, by the way, I'm ready to request funding authorization. Because then I'm going to tell you, I can't, you got to wait till next fiscal year. So if you can help me with that, I would really appreciate it. Just keep me updated. If you see that it's going to be pushed out, let me know. For those that don't, I'll try to email you and let you know, hey, if I move this one more time, it's going to push another fiscal year. But I still have some that still will not reply back. Your updated engineered species study, if it's needed, has survey windows. I always warn people, when you're starting to get in construction, that you need to keep an eye on this, or your firm should keep a watch on this and make sure you don't want to have construction planned, in December, and then you realize that you've missed a window and it's December and the window sometime in in August or September, because then you're going to have to wait till that comes all the way back around to make sure that study's done. Joel may be talking about that later, but make sure you keep up with your environmental studies. Your contract durations, think of seasonal restrictions. Concrete's tough to put down in the winter, right? So make sure you keep in mind those kind of things when you're scheduling those dates. And then obviously if you let late in the season, a lot of times you get fewer bids and they're less competitive. These firms or these contractors like to know what they're going to do at the beginning of the year. This is, they can bid out their projects. So if you bring up something in the year, you're going to be finding somebody that's going to either delay the project or they're going to have to work in between other things that they have. So sometimes it can be a headache. Let's see, make sure when you submit your contracts, we get a lot that are state funded and they still have federal provisions in it. So it'll save you a review if you just make sure if it's a federal contract, you're always using federal provisions, or federally funded, use the federal provisions. And if it's state funded, you use your state provisions. After letting and throughout construction, I suggest you work closely with my oversight engineer guys. They're great. They can make your life a lot easier during construction, especially if an audit's coming. I've been doing this for a little while. I've had 2 audits, and luckily for the town of Huntersville, they've been with you. And it's actually the same project, so that was odd, but I imagine this year it'll probably be somebody new. So nobody wants to go through an audit, but when you do, those oversight guys will save you. So work with them. Make sure the contractor informs the suppliers that all their materials, they need to have the paperwork on file, just like it's a DOT project. Do not accept any materials without paperwork. If you do, you're not going to get reimbursed for it. So make sure that you have that paperwork before you even let them on. Always make sure your testing firms have techs that are properly certified on the job duties they're performing. That's a common thing where you may have a tech that's certified in concrete but not certified in asphalt, and they're doing asphalt testing. So you want to make sure they're correct. We can't approve any work. So verify that. Request that the DOT oversight engineer gives you the federal highway checklist at the pre-con or sometime soon after. That helps keep all your stuff together. It also gives you the dates, so it tells you everything that you're going to need in that audit. You can put the date that each thing happens, and you just kind of keep track as you go. That'll help you when you're doing an audit. The municipality is responsible for obtaining and retaining all documents with their projects, so do not rely on us to keep up with your stuff. We do, but don't rely on it because we may lose something. It is up to you to keep up with it. And you have to keep those for 5 years. We've been telling people in the past that it was 5, and then I think, Kelly, it was 3, and now we're going back now where it's back to 5. So just be safe. Keep them for 5 years. And then obviously visit the LAP site if you need forms, templates, links. There's a lot of stuff on that you can use that'll help you. That is it. Finished 15 minutes early. Look at that. So once again, that's my contact information. Please call, email, whatever you need, reach out to me. I'm there waiting for your call. So just let me know and I'll help you in any way I can. So thank you. And we're going to get to Joel, I think. You want to? Oh.
Thank you so much, Jeff. That was wonderful. And I was taking little notes of everything that you wanted to hand out as a PDF, like the mountain. We'll break that out for you and I'll get it distributed. So appreciate that. Just a wealth of information. And I honestly didn't understand that when something was submitted in the portal that you still had to pull it out. I thought it went automatically to the right team. So you're touching a lot of stuff.
So sometimes we have to,
Yeah.
I'll see what it is and see who it goes to. And if it's plans, and I'm like, okay, this is hydro, and maybe there's structures involved, and there's geotech, and there's paint markings. So everybody's getting.
Yeah, that's a lot. Well, appreciate you. And if you ever need a meeting with CRTPO and NCDOT on anything, I can help facilitate that. So, if no questions, we can move on to Justin. And thank you. It's so great to see you today.
Marta and I were just discussing, you're gonna get all the J's today.
Yeah.
Jeff, Joel, there's me, there's Jennifer, all the J's. So thank you, Jeff, for a wonderful presentation. If anybody has any questions, always direct them at Jeff. He's great. He knows everything, right?
You know, when I type your email, I just hit the word letter J, and it says just.
Mine says Jeff, so we're good. Okay. So Local Programs Management Office, I'm Justin Jorgensen. You've probably received emails from me. This is my first chance to actually meet some of you in person, so it's great to be here. So the LPMO, what do? We manage the municipal agreements, any supplemental agreements. We're here to provide any technical assistance, help with oversight, a lot of the same things that Jeff does. And we do that through our website. We have an existing handbook, training sessions, and then, the training here today with the planning organizations. We also process documents and template letters for both internal staff, such as Jeff, and then for the local government agencies. And we really just are a resource for everyone. Any questions, guidance you need, we're here to help. If we don't know, we'll figure it out. We'll find somebody to help. So that's kind of what we do. So been asked to talk about agreements. So we'll first talk about that, and then we'll talk about procurement of professional firms. So agreements. So first thing, we cannot initiate an agreement until it has been programmed in the STIP in the correct year and for the eligible phases. So if it's not in the STIP yet, we got to get it in the STIP first. So the agreement is executed between NCDOT and the local government agency. As was mentioned earlier, it's not between Federal Highway and the LGA, it's between NCD and the LGA. And that includes provisions that you must comply with in order to receive your reimbursements. That agreement's 20-some pages. It's going to have your scope of work, eligible phases, timeframes, all the funding sources, your responsibilities for each phase, et cetera. And then a lot of the legalese stuff that's required in every agreement. Another thing you're required to have is called the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act. FFATA, however you want to say it. It's for subrecipients. So you are a subrecipient. DOT is the recipient. We're getting the money, and then we're handing it out to you. And so you're a subrecipient. And any projects that are over 25,000 or greater, this form needs to be filled out. We keep these on file. If you submit a reimbursement request or anything like that, and we don't see that that's on file, we'll let you know. It needs to be updated annually, or if things change with your LGA. That letter is available on our website. It's really just a one page. It doesn't take long to fill it out. One big thing is that unique identifier, unique entity identifier. It used to be, what did it used to be called? Marta, what did that used to be called? The UEI? Before it was the UEI. The DUNS number, that's right. So the DUNS number is what it used to be. It's no longer good. It needs to be the UEI. And again, we'll request that if it's not current. So first things, you need to get access to the EBS portal. I am not going to go through training of the EBS right now. We are going through some changes, and Marta will discuss that a little bit later. So once you've gotten access to the EBS portal, and you've gotten all the information about it being programmed from CRTPO, which includes your STIP number, the eligible phases, the federal share, whether that's 80-20, 50-50, whatever that turns out to be, then you can enter your request for an agreement in EBS. Once you do that, that's going to come to me. I'll review it. If there's any issues, I might send it back to you for corrections. If it's not programmed in the STIP, I'm definitely going to send it back to you. After I review it, then Jeff at Division is going to review it, kind of go through some of the same things. One thing that we are looking at doing a lot more of is once we've reviewed that agreement, to organize a virtual kickoff meeting. It's really just an opportunity to make sure everyone's together. We know who the responsible parties are for whatever's going on. Make sure that the timeline's there. Some of the stuff that Jeff already talked about with his spreadsheet, we want to make sure everybody's on the same page. So we just really want to have a short virtual kickoff meeting just to make sure that whatever needs to be in the agreement in terms of scope or timeline is in the agreement. So after all that, we'll draft the agreement and add it to the next board agenda. Once we've drafted the agreement, we'll actually send it out to the LGA, and you can actually sign it, review it, and sign it before the Board of Transportation agenda. NCDOT will just not sign their portion until after the board agenda is passed. So once you get it, you go through whatever approval process that you have at your local agency. And we send it out via DocuSign, and we strongly prefer it just because it's quicker, it's easier. So you'll get an email from DocuSign that'll have the document in it for you to review. If there needs to be corrections, email me. We can make some corrections, and I'll resend out the DocuSign. There are instructions in there for you as the LGA to send it to whoever you need to. So whoever's going to sign, your manager, and then instructions on how to forward that on to your fiscal folks and whomever. Once all of that's signed, it's automatically going to come back to me to add the Board of Transportation agenda, and then I'll send it on to our chief's office for signature. So obviously we'll sign it, assuming the board approves it. Supplemental agreements really follows the same process. You'll request that in EBS. Just provide any backup documentation, whether that's for more funding, extension of time, if you're adding an additional phase that wasn't there before. And again, goes through that same process using DocuSign. We'll generate the agreement, add it to the agenda, and go through that process. Most of the time, it shouldn't delay delivery of your project. What it may delay is getting some reimbursement requests, things like that through. But through this whole supplemental agreement process, you can still be working on your project. So I know that was quick. Any questions on just the agreements portion? That's good. Okay, professional services. So professional services can either be for a project-specific contract. And then, as Jeff mentioned, we're seeing a lot more of on-call contracts. And then also the work can be done from your in-house staff. Some rules of thumb here. If we're paying for it, we want to know about it up front. I think that's been emphasized. And we really like the rule, Mother May I. We really want to be involved up front before. And, that goes along with it, don't advertise, don't enter any contracts prior to funding authorization. We really do want you to get your money back, okay? There are some limited exceptions to these rules, but on the other thing, all procurement must be competitive. So resources. Jeff mentioned this in his presentation as well. Our Connect website has a lot of information, a lot of documents, the handbook, template letters, things of that nature. So you'll go to the local governments and then click on the local projects tab. It'll pull up our LPMO website. So to get to the forms and templates, this is one thing that's changed just a little bit with our updates. It used to be that those forms and templates would populate automatically. You actually have to click on this local project delivery resources to get that to load, and then you'll see those forms and templates. I've highlighted here the RFLOI form for an LGA. So that's our template for your RFQ, RFLOI. We strongly prefer using that template just because we've had it reviewed and have been using it for a number of years. The firms are familiar with that form. Obviously, you can use your own form, but we do highly recommend using that template form. Also, for the handbook is on that website, and I've highlighted here the professional services section. Strongly recommend that you read through that section before procuring professional services. So this must be in accordance with the 23 CFR 172. So if you can't sleep at night and you want something to read, that's a fun one. Any CFR. So recommended that you can have your own written procedures, but they do need to comply with our policies and procedures for procurement. And as I mentioned, reviewing that section in the handbook, refer to our policies and procedures and utilize that template that I highlighted on the website. So to request for professional services, you must complete the RFLOI for engineering services. It can be either for design or CEI, construction, engineering, and inspections. Again, use that template. I put a link in there directly to that template. And you can sorry, that link's actually for examples from other LGAs. Once you've drafted that RFLOI, you'll submit that in the EBS portal. The division gets that first. So Jeff will review that, look at your work codes, the scope of work, dates, and then he'll forward that on to me. I also review it. If we need any corrections, I'll return it. You make your corrections, send it back. And then once those PE funds are authorized, then you can submit to me that final RFLOI with the final dates. And then we can post that to our website. You can post it to your website. As Jeff mentioned, the more places you post it, the better response you get. So once you've advertised, you've gotten your responses back, you're going to review all those, interview if necessary, whatever. You're going to evaluate those firms how you said you would in that RFLOI. And you'll select the most qualified firm. So make sure that all those consultants and their sub-consultants are pre-qualified in those work codes that you advertised. When you submit it for review, that's exactly what I'll do. I'll check that every one of those work codes that those firms are pre-qualified in each of those work codes. And we highly recommend using consultants that they've already been pre-audited by NCDOT. It'll just save you some time. You'll submit that through a request for concurrence through the EBS portal. Again, we have a template on our website for that too. I'll review that. I'll give you a letter back approving it or not if anything needs to change. And then it's essentially a notice to proceed to start negotiating with that firm. And if needed, and Jeff may want this too, you can hold a scoping meeting with the division before you start negotiating with that firm. So audit likes to definitely look at and review the rates. So there is a spreadsheet that the firms fill out. The link is there. It's called our mandate estimate form, and then a scope and estimate form for CEI. So you'll have the firm fill all that out, and then you'll also submit that in EBS for review. It does take some time. I do review it before sending it on to audit, just to try to catch any errors or employees that aren't in the consultant rate system. So you may get it returned back to you even before I send it to audit, just to correct some of those issues. Once we get it to audit, 2 to 4 weeks is kind of a general rule, but sometimes it takes 6 weeks. And we try our best to get it back as quickly as possible. So do plan that into your schedules, that sometimes these things do take 4 to 6 weeks to get back. And then we'll either concur with your estimate or send it back to you for revisions. But once we've concurred with that, then what we need you to do is send us the contract that you've drafted with the design firm, the right-of-way firm, the CEI. As Jeff mentioned, the federal contract provisions, if it's federally funded, those need to be in there. That list is on our website. And it really is just a checklist of what needs to be included in your contract. It's not something that you cut and paste and add to the back of your contract. It's things that need to be incorporated into your contract. You'll send us that contract, we'll review it, make sure those provisions are in there, and that the payment terms are correct. So it's generally a lump sum for design and planning, and generally a cost plus for CEI. And we'll make sure that those amounts match what audit already approved. We need to have and execute a contract on file, or we can't reimburse any of the costs. So we do need that on file. So something that we've seen a lot more of is the use of on-call consultants. They must meet certain requirements, be in accordance with what's in the CFR, and it must be less than 5 years from when it was previous. So it can last up to 5 years, the contract on those. And those master agreements with the on-call consultants also need to have the federal contract provisions. And we strongly prefer to review, or at least I do, to review your on-call RFLOI before you send it out, just to make sure that we get the appropriate work codes in there, and that it meets all of our requirements. We can do it after. So say you've got an on-call that you've had for 2 years, and now you're just getting a project. We can review it after to see if it does meet the requirements. If not, then you may have to go after procure a firm just for that project. But if we review it beforehand, that's not done in EBS. That's just an email to me. And we can advertise it on our website and do all those things. Once you have an on-call and that we've reviewed to make sure that it's in compliance, that's when you'll submit for a project specific in EBS, saying that you want to use this firm from your on-call. And we'll let you know that that's okay or not. And then you can submit in EBS the estimates for the rates for review. As Jeff mentioned, we don't review the on-call rates until it's project specific. You can also use in-house staff. So you must use qualified in-house staff to perform needed design work in order to request reimbursement. So again, those costs, the scope of work needs to be reviewed by DOT prior to you initiating any of the work. You'll submit a request to utilize in-house staff. Really just need an explanation of the use of the staff, what they're doing, qualifications, and then a cost breakdown for the phase of work, their wage rates, direct costs, things like that. All right. Any questions? I know I went through that kind of quickly, but one back there.
This is Walter, Engineering Services, City of Charlotte. So you mentioned pre-audited firms. Is there an available list of those firms, or is that something you would prefer that we just include in our request for proposals or qualifications?
Yeah, where is that list located?
The firm, so now y'all think firm has only non-list in the process of getting pre-qualified and that whole process. Sorry. Did everyone hear that? Are we good? Sure. The firms that are pre-qualified on our vendor directory should have already gone through some level of audit with DOT. So they'll be the ones that obviously you want to select.
So yeah, as Marta was saying, it's really just saving you some time. So. All right. So here's Marta and I's contact information. Apparently I need slideshow help too, because Marta's name's really small. I don't know why. Maybe mine just went bigger. I don't know. So. All right.
I just have a quick question, sorry.
Okay.
So you are physically in Raleigh and you work
Correct.
you work for a different group than Adjustment?
Correct. LPMO is based in Raleigh. We oversee things statewide, and then Jeff is with Division 10.
But he coordinates everything with you guys. I'm just trying to figure out flow, like, because sometimes I just email everyone and that's probably not great. You know, like in terms of-
I'm okay being included on emails if Jeff is.
I'm fine with me. Most people usually send it to me and I'll try to handle it and try to avoid bugging Justin and Mark. But it happens. So you can either send it just to me and that's fine. And then I'll get them involved if needed, or if you just feel like, hey, let's just send it to everybody. If it's something that I can answer, I usually try to jump on it quick. So they'll see that I've already answered and they don't even need to respond.
And I don't want to stress anyone out. So, I know your main point of contact. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how the labor is divided. You're hanging out in Raleigh doing more high level administrative stuff. And Jeff's out here just,
So yeah, Jeff's really
the
managing the
binders.
day-to-day
okay.
of everything. LPMO is really just getting the agreements, getting that started. And in terms of what we reviews, yeah, I send it to Jeff. If you want to CC me, that's totally fine. But Jeff will make sure it gets to the right spot. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Sort of amazing how much contract management goes into these projects. Environmental documentation, Joel. Thank you.
I'm going to stand up, get your heart rate up. For what I think is the most exciting topic on the agenda.
Did you bring
It speaks truth.
I told you to bring a bat.
All right. Come over here, Jeff. Where do I?
Just the left. Oh, right.
This,
Are you there?
oh, the mouse.
Oh, you're not, you didn't get your son.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Trying to already set me up for failure.
Well, I'm gonna blame Jennifer for it. Let's get you out. Where's your slide? You're in the next slide. Okay, yeah, you could have just hit the arrow. Where's the mouse at?
So just hit that. Okay. All right. Back and forth.
Sorry, I did the right order already.
All right. Is everyone ready? All right, I'm Joel Howard. I'm the Padilla engineer for Division 10, Project Development and Environmental Analysis. So I share with our folks at the office, a lot of people say, what do you do? They don't know. And I say, well, we have this big toolbox and we never know which tool we're going to pull out of that box each day to do our job. So I'm going to kind of explain this piece of it with LAP, where I have to deal with Jeff Burleson, our LAP engineer. So has anyone ever filled out what's wrong?
So sorry. No, I'm just going to get rid of this for you.
Okay. See, I
there we
told you
go.
Jeff was setting me up for failure. Okay, so has anyone in the room ever filled out an environmental document, NRTR, done a wetland delineation, stream identification? Okay, I see some heads back there. Okay. All right. So y'all cannot ask questions. All right, because I may not know the answer. No, I'm just kidding. So, all right, let's get started. Okay, so today we're going to cover the NEPA process, and I'm only doing the federal side. I'm not doing SEPA. So I'll just be concentrating on the categorical exclusion when we get to that, not the MCDC. But they kind of mirror each other. It's just there's a few things different when you're dealing with state funds versus federal funds. And then if you get deep down in the weeds, it could get even just a tick different, but pretty much they're the same. They mirror each other. So we're going to cover just NEPA a little bit, the categorical exclusion, and then permitting and environmental review, what all that entails. So NEPA, again, the National Environmental Policy Act, came about in 1969 into law in the 1970. In 1970, established national environmental policy and goals, requires agencies to disclose impacts and what mitigations may go along with those impacts, and then created basis for an environmental impact statement for major federal actions. So that would be a project, you're going to say, hey, we got this project. What are we impacting? Are we impacting streams, wetlands, endangered species? And then also you've got the human environment side of it. You've got, cultural resources, historic properties. You've got environmental justice. You have to cover all this when you're dealing with federal funds in the NEPA process. So it created the Council on Environmental Quality and monitors federal actions, provide overall guidance, and tracks trends and resources. So when does NEPA apply? So each federal agency has their own NEPA guidelines. So the federal agencies that we're mainly dealing with, and which falls under EPA, would be Corps of Engineers and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, just to mention two. You could get into more, but I'm just going to concentrate on those two. So, and then you have FHWA, which we get our funding from, and we have an agreement with, and I'll talk about that later with the programmatic agreement. So for FHWA, when a project is anticipating using federal aid funding, or when Federal Highways needs to provide an approval, and say that I just used interchange access as an example. So an action is the highway or transit project proposed by federal highway funding. So in here I'm talking, in this next paragraph, talking about the list in appendices A and B, which is in the programmatic agreement. Has anyone ever looked over the programmatic agreement for CE? All right, I see some heads nodding. So I'll get into that a little later. There's appendices in here where you match up what your project best fits. So for actions listed in appendices A and B, the NCDOT shall, and if Garland Haywood's here, he would say shall means you will. Identify the applicable action, ensure any conditions specified in federal highways regulations are met, verify that unusual circumstances do not apply, address all other environmental requirements, and complete the review of documentation, categorical exclusion. Actions classification form included in Appendix E, again, that's in the programmatic agreement, with a signature by a qualified NCDOT employee, evidence and certification or approval were applicable. So no, and I'll mention this later, when you do your CE, DOT will sign the CE, and then you will have checked approved or certified, because we sign for federal highways unless it's a type 3 CE, which I don't think anyone in here would be doing because they are huge, large projects that go through the merger process. That would be like one I wrote on this morning, the Monroe Bypass coming here. That would probably be a type C new location. The categorical exclusion documentation. So you have CEs for major projects, EA FONSIs if there's no potential for significant impacts, and environmental impact statements, and then a ROD, which is a record of decision if there are significant impacts. So I don't think anyone in here will get into an EA or in FONSI or EIS or ROD. So we're going to concentrate on the CE. So the programmatic agreement, this was just updated in 2024, is between Federal Highways of North Carolina, the North Carolina Division, and the North Carolina Department of Transportation, and regarding the processes of actions classified as a categorical exclusion for federal aid highway projects. So the two parties we're dealing with are Federal Highways and NCDOT. And the purposes of this, which I've kind of already stated, is federal highway regulations address three classes of actions: the EIS, the categorical exclusion, and environmental assessment. And the purpose of this document is to define documentation requirements and approval procedures for federal aid projects funded by FHWA, Federal Highways, in North Carolina that are classified as a CE. This agreement also authorizes NCDOT to either approve or certify the CE that meets the requirements under Section 5 of the agreement and identifies reporting requirements under Section 8. So again, DOT, myself, Lee, Jeff will sign the CE when we receive it from you guys. So types of CE. So we have a pre-approved action type 1 CE, and that's pre-approved. You don't need any approval. For DOT, I can use the examples. Our traffic engineer there's been an analysis done at an intersection. We're putting up a 4-way stop, no ground disturbance. We're doing a type 1C. Most of the time, I don't even see those come across my desk in our office. Okay. So those are pre-approved actions that have no ground disturbance. You're not buying right away. You're just doing this action and it's pre-approved. And then you have type 1A and type 1B, no ground disturbance or limited ground disturbance action within the operational right of way. So you're not buying right away is the key here. You're not going out obtaining any more land from anyone. And then you have type 1A and 2A types, and then type 1B and type 2B, ground disturbing actions. That's where you're actually going out, you're buying right away, you're going to disturb new ground. And think of it as this is the first time that any transportation project has gone on that property or on that area of dirt. I'll use dirt, okay? And then the type 3 is the larger projects, which I said I don't think this group would be using. Those are big, complex projects. And anytime you got questions, stop me, because I know you're thinking, what is he talking about? Type 1, type 2, type B, type A, ground disturbing, non-ground disturbing. So type 1 CE includes, would be like a bridge replacement, construction of bike pedestrian lanes, purchase of scenic easements. Type 2 CE includes construction of way stations, rest areas, fringe parking facilities. And then, like I said, the type 3 are projects such as widenings. It's any project not fitting the first two lists, but where you are certain of no significant impacts. So this is a cut this from the programmatic agreement, and you can see you have type 1C, type 1A, type 1B, and then you have the descriptions, the identified actions, the required documents, and then you have a gray box checklist and who approves. So when you're looking at this online, and I'll find it here. So you go through the document, and it's easier to do it this way than try to have all these slides. When I say it is. Give me one moment. Okay, so in the document, you have this spreadsheet, and you'll follow the spreadsheet, and you say, okay, I'm doing let's pick ground disturbing action number 7. I don't know what ground disturbing action number 7 is until I read it. So landscaping. So that would be landscaping. So if you were doing that, you would say gray box area, no gray boxes would be checked. Who approves? NCDOT. So NCDOT would sign for federal highways. And then here's the rest of the checkbox. I mean, the spreadsheet was inside the document. And then this is the top of the CE where you would put your information. So you want to make sure you have your project number, your STIP project number, your WBS element, and if it came with a federal project number, your federal ID number. And then in the description, you would describe in detail everything about the project. And then you would describe the purpose and need. So clearly state the project's need and purpose of the project. And then the new online forms have a drop-down menu where you would check which type of CE it is. And then the other two would, you would just check one box and the other two would disappear. So, and then you would describe the proposed improvements. So proposed improvements, example, for multi-use path and sidewalks, you may select number 3. So number 3 in here would be construction of bicycle and pedestrian lanes, paths, and facilities. And then special project information, anything that drove your project's decision or drove a project commitment should be summarized here. For example, cost, traffic analysis, public input, resource agency input. That would come from your start of study letter where you would get information back from the Corps, water quality, North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, or cultural resources. Impact summary, anything you're going to impact as far as streams, wetlands, endangered species, the site condition, and then anything else that you deem necessary or that would be advantageous for someone reviewing this document to know. Here's the actual document itself. So if any questions 1 through 7 in the top here are clicked yes, then NCDOT will certify. If any of them are checked yes, NCDOT certifies for federal highways approval, or for federal highways approval is required. I'm sorry. And then questions 1 through 30, if you check yes, you're asked to give additional information later in the document about why you checked yes to that question. And the new form has a spot for a link. So if you're talking about endangered species in one of the questions, you can hit source online, and then you can put, like, if you got a concurrence back from Fish and Wildlife, you can put that document, attach it to this document. Does that make sense? All right. Has anyone seen that? Has anyone dealt with that yet? All right. The new one has that. And then in section G, that's where you would put your additional documentation required from the section. And that's only if you answered yes. An example, say if you check number 12, yes, this project will require a 404 permit prior to the start of construction. An EPCN will be submitted to the Corps accounting for all temporary and permanent impacts to jurisdictional features within the construction limits of the project. So that might be a response that you would put to question 12 as to why it was checked yes. And then with your environmental documentation, or with your environmental document, we say document, but it's not actually the document, it's documentation. With the CE and MCDC, you would add a green sheet. There's a green sheet that comes along with these, and that's where you put your commitments. And if there are no commitments, please put no commitments. That way we're not thinking, okay, did they forget to put, where you may have talked to a local school system, or where you're committed to do your endangered species reviews later on in the year. So put all your environmental, and it's really for environmental commitments, but everyone puts all their project commitments on the green sheet. But if there are no commitments, put no commitments. So now for the signature page, make sure you've got who prepared it, their title, and the organization they're working for. Make sure you have the PM's name and the PM's organization, who it's reviewed by. Make sure, a lot of times we get CEs that they don't have the approved or certified box checked. Please go ahead and do that, because if we receive it in DocuSign, we might have to send it back to you so you can check that box for us. And then the things that you want to make sure come with your CE is a vicinity map, any concurrence letters from the resource agencies, especially those pertaining to Section 106, and that's your cultural resources, your archaeology and architectural, that it's been reviewed. And then Section 7, that's the Endangered Species Act, with anything from U.S. Fish and Wildlife where you spoke with them or consulted on endangered species. And then you want to have a plan sheet or typical section, and make sure it's 11 by 17 or no larger than that. And then the total number of pages that should be in this packet when we receive it is probably around 10 to 15 pages. And that's even with all the information from the clearinghouse. I see that a lot when Jeff shares that with me. And as Jeff was saying, I don't see this until it comes from Jeff to me. And please send it through the portal to Jeff to me, because sometimes consultants if they're working for the municipalities, they get comfortable in sending me stuff directly, and I talk to them. I don't mind them calling and answering questions, especially with the stuff that's going on with the tricolor bat. They're asking me information. I don't mind discussing that type of stuff, but when it comes to documentation, if they send it directly to me, then Jeff may not know about it. And that's happened a couple of times. I'll go and ask him a question, and he's like, well, they hadn't sent that yet. And I'm like, well, they sent it to me. And he's like, okay, I'll talk to him about getting it through the portal to me. So, and that way he can track it, because he tracks everything. So the the only piece of this puzzle that I have is the environmental. So I don't have anything else. So, and then also consultations. So with consultations, you'll do your environmental documentation, your CE or MCDC. At the end of a year, you're going to do a consultation. Okay. And that consultation form is on the Connect site. You're going to do a consultation at the end of a year, right away, and then construction. And then if anything happens to change within your project, and the example I like to always use, you're doing from point A to point B roadway improvement. Okay. And you've described everything from point A to point B. Well, now city manager, politician, whoever comes back and says, hey, I want to take this down to the next intersection. So that would be where you would do a consultation, because now your project scope has changed, and everything that was from the original description and environmental documentation has changed, because now you're adding down to point C. Does that make sense? Okay. And then additional information, and environmental documentation templates can be found on the Connect site at this link. And that would be your CE, your MCDC, the programmatic agreement, and then your species information. So, and I'll get into that here. So permitting and environmental review. So your permitting agencies will be the Corps of Engineers and in North Carolina Division of Water Resources. That's who you're going to get your permits from. So if you get a 404 permit, you're also going to need a 401 permit, and vice versa. So, but your subject matter expert in your office, your environmental specialist, or the firm that you've hired to do this work should know that. Okay. And then U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So any endangered species consultation is going to come through U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and that's probably going to be Highland Youngman. She's the DOT or transportation rep up there. She should see that information. And then also you're going to review your subject matter expert, environmental specialist, or consultant you've hired is going to review for cultural resources, and they're going to go through Renee Glenhill Early at SHPO, at State Historic Preservation Office. She'll sign all your documentation, and that'll be in that clearinghouse document that I always see attached to CEs. And then here's a link for Section 7 protocol. As Jeff was saying, make sure you're hitting those survey windows, because you don't want to go past a survey window. And I'll use the Swansea sunflower, for example. You can start surveying for them mid-August until up to about the first frost. And then after that, you can't survey for them again until the following August. So if you miss that survey window, and those surveys are good for 2 years. Okay, the plant surveys, most of them are good. I'm just going to say the sunflower is good for 2 years. I'd have to look at the list. And then also in talking about survey protocols, if it's a bridge project with the tricolor bat coming on, I would think most everyone has had the bat training, but make sure that if someone is doing surveys for your projects, that they've had the NCDOT bat training, because we will not accept their surveys unless they've had the training through our biological surveys group in Raleigh. And all that information will be on the Connect site. And then they're also offering training to get people trained to survey for the tricolor bat. Y'all all heard about the tricolor bat? I see some heads. Are there some people know? Well, okay, the tricolor bat is a species of bat that is coming online to be uplisted for to be endangered. And so it's a new species. You know, we had the northern long-eared bat several years ago, but we're outside of the range for the northern long-eared bat, but we are within range for the tricolor bat. And the tricolor bat is a little bat, probably about that tall, and it gets its name tricolor not because it's three colors, but if you look at its hair, as you go down the hair follicle, it changes color. So that's from a dark color to I guess, dark to light. I'm not a bat expert, so, but that's an endangered species that's coming on board. So that we're waiting anxiously. Well, I won't say anxiously, but we've been told it should be already uplisted, but it hasn't been uplisted yet. So it's at the federal level. So, and then I mentioned this review about a 404 permit through the Corps and what they do. Required for impacts to waters of the United States, which includes wetlands. And then that's temporary and permanent impacts to wetlands and streams. And they also regulate activities to include discharge of fill associated with dredging, excavation, mechanized land clearing, culvert construction, and riprap placement. And then Division of Water Resources, they pretty much do the same thing as far as impacts to streams and wetlands, but on a state level. Okay, they're like I said, at the state level. And then once you get your permits, make sure you review and abide by all your permit conditions. Make sure the contractor is abiding by that and your inspectors are on site, making sure that they're not impacting anything that they weren't permitted to do so. And then the ways you can do that is you can delineate the permitted boundary with the orange safety fence, letting everyone know that's a sensitive area that they're working around or in. Don't conduct any activity other than what is authorized in the permit, and then install erosion control measures and maintain them throughout construction. And Jeff mentioned that earlier with your erosion control plan being reviewed by Diener, their land quality department. And then also tribal coordination protocols. We have to coordinate with the Indian nations, with the Catawba and Cherokee in this area. The Catawba are in all 100 counties in North Carolina, and then the Cherokee just Mecklenburg County. So know that when we send a letter to the Catawba, we have to send it through the mail, through the U.S. Postal Service, and then they email you back though. So you write them a letter and then they email you back. So, but this has to be on NCDOT letterhead, and it has to come from an NCDOT email and signed by NCDOT. And then we have to copy Matt Wilkerson, who is over archaeology in our cultural resources department in Raleigh, in our Padilla group. All right, that was kind of one over the world for environmental. So does anyone have got a question back here?
Hey, this is regarding sorry about that. This is regarding the consultations. I noticed I had construction authorization on there as well, 1 year from that. Does that include once the work has begun? So let's say for some reason work starts 2 months after construction authorization, it takes 12 months after that. Will we have to do another consultation while work is ongoing?
You're saying the project has started?
Yeah.
No, you won't. No, you would do that construction authorization, consultation to get authorization to start construction, right? I see Jeff and Lee nodding their head. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And then also Jeff mentioned with, and you know how you're doing these and you're sitting over there. Oh, I need to mention that. So you've done your surveys for your endangered species, and construction starts, or you have permit in hand from the Corps and Water Quality, you do not have to go back and do those surveys again unless the permit expires. And permits are good for 5 years. So say like the RGP 50, which is for bridge projects here in North Carolina, they expire in May of this year. You have one, if your project has started, you've started construction, you have a 1 year grace period on that permit. If you are not through with construction or if you haven't completed everything that you were going to impact with that permit, you have to renew the permit. That's when you would have to go back. But if you complete the work that's authorized under that permit, before that permit expires or during that 1-year grace period, if you have started construction, you do not have to go back and complete those surveys again. So, but your subject matter expert, environmental specialist, consultant that's working for you in the environmental field, they would know this, but I'm just sharing that with the group. So there's clarification on the species surveys. Anything else? I would hope y'all had more questions. And there's my contact info. Okay.
So I was just curious, have you guys experienced running into these special critters, animals,
Tricolored bat.
tricolor bats? Have you guys experienced that where it's stopped the project?
No, we have not found any tricolor bat in any of our surveys that we have completed. So, and the only bats that I have seen in Division 10, when we widened I-85, there was the bridge up behind where the ball team used, the Kannapolis, I guess they were the Intimidators before they moved the park. That bridge there had brown bats in it, and we had to survey it once a week until they left, until they migrated out. Then Fish and Wildlife allowed us to take the bridge down. So that's my only experience with bats in Division 10.
Have you seen something to stop a project? Like,
No, because see, the bat's not uplisted yet, so it doesn't warrant protection.
I was thinking like a plant, something endangered.
No, that's where when you do your analysis, so you find Swanet's sunflower, or you're in mussel habitat. So you would go to Fish and Wildlife and consult, and they would say, they would make a call on may affect, not likely to adversely affect, and then they would give you conservation measures that you would adhere to during the construction of that project. Like if it was plants, if you weren't going to impact the area where the plants were, they may say put safety fence around it. Like we had one down in Waxhaw, the roundabout down at the feed store on that 75. No, anyway, in Waxhaw, had plants on site. We had to go down there once a week and make sure the fence was up and the contractor wasn't parking any equipment or stockpiling material near or on the plants. That was the conservation measure for that project, and Fish and Wildlife signed off on it. So just like with the tricolor bat, we commit to surveying before the bridge is demoed. Not to use if night work, I'm just going to throw some out. If night work is anticipated, light stands will not be used unless all habitat is removed, like all the trees have already been cleared. And then some projects we've agreed to clear outside the bat moratoriums, like clearing certain times of the year, which those dates have changed. No blasting may be one of your conservation measures for the tricolor bat. So those are just a few of the conservation measures. All right.
So in Waxhaw, yeah, we have a lot of those moving toward endangered species like the flower, the tricolor bats, as well as the heel splitters. So if we're interested in signing up for these bat surveys, who runs that program and how can we get signed up to get certified in that?
Our BSG unit in Raleigh, our biological surveys group, they're putting on the training.
Okay.
So you would just go to the website, but we can talk afterwards and I can give you some names of people to call.
That'll work. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then I shouldn't say anyone, you got to be, somewhat qualified for the plants, but for mussel surveys, you have to be licensed in North Carolina to do a mussel survey. So there's only a few firms that have licensed biologists that are you have to have a federal ID number where you're licensed to go out and do the mussel surveys. But if you're a biologist, you've been working in a firm or working under an experienced biologist, and you can identify the plants you can do the plant surveys. So. Anything else? All right.
But a few folks get back. Looks like everybody's here. Y'all keep eating. Y'all just, don't worry about me. But yeah, like Jennifer introduced, I'm Jason Calicut, and I kind of stand around. If y'all can't hear me, let me know. But I always got in trouble in school for being the loudest one in the room.
I think, do you need it for Zoom? Okay.
Okay. Do I need to stay here? Okay. But no, oh Lord, that will be like
It's because of Zoom.
oh, okay, that's fine. All right, again, I'll start over. I'm Jason Calicut. I'm from the Division 10 right-of-way office. We work Mecklenburg, Union, Anson, Stanley, Cabarrus County, and we kind of handle the right-of-way acquisition for DOT projects. And also, I review your documents to certify the project, certify right-of-way for your LAP stuff. Email, phone number. I know a lot of you guys I've emailing. We talk on occasion. It's nice to see some faces with some names, but thanks for having me. Thanks for lunch. That was good. Couple of quick things right here. It's just kind of North Carolina's infrastructure. As we all know, you guys are developers. We're all in development business. We understand the importance of it. North Carolina Department of Transportation maintains more than 80,000 miles of roads throughout the state. As the population grows, and this is kind of our spiel we give to the public when we talk to folks, but as population grows, we see developments expand. We have to improve our roadways, and that's kind of where you guys come in for developments and for planning. And I'm not going to read all that. It's on the PowerPoint if you guys want to read it. But a couple of things here that you guys do need to look at when you guys are looking at this PowerPoint. There's a link right here. One of our guiding principles is the Uniform Act of 1970. Relocation assistance. You can click on that link, and there's a couple of PowerPoints there when you guys are back at your offices. You can click on that and you can read through that because we're not going to get in the weeds. It takes years to understand relocation, so we're not going to do it in an hour. But you can look at that, and that way you guys can kind of have a high level understanding of what your right-of-way agents are doing, and we're going to get into the details of that. And a lot of this stuff comes from the 49 CFR and 24.102B provides that we got to let the owner know as soon as feasible, the agencies shall notify the owner in writing the agency's interest in acquiring real property. So this is what we're going to get into as far as making offers and letting them know kind of what's going on. This is a step in our projects, and so it might be a good idea for you guys to model these steps in your projects for the LAP stuff. You identify the issue. Then you figure out the elements related to future project studies, your traffic, your property surveys. We have a public hearing. I assume you guys would do the same. We just go out and we meet with the public and we kind of let them know the need, give them an idea that there is a project coming. Figure out the alignment after that. We have several options when we have our public hearings. I know a lot of you guys probably come to our public hearings and we take the public input. We go back and we determine an alignment for that. Once the design is approved and property needs are identified, once the easements and the right-of-way is determined, that's whenever it kind of comes to right-of-way. And we're going to start our authorization, and we're going to start getting funds to do that. We're going to do boundary surveys, or surveys going to do boundary surveys prepared by the right-of-way to acquire more on property. We're going to make an offer. The property owner receives just compensation. Relocation assistance is provided if you have to relocate. It could be a sign, it can be a business. Everything, if it's in the right of way, we have to offer them some sort of relocation benefits for that. And then once we have got them off site, we'll certify that they have been moved. If it was a relocatee, we're going to advertise it for construction after we certify construction begins. And this is just kind of quick rundown of a few items that we're going to talk about in right of way. So what is right-of-way? I know we always hear it. You guys in project development, I know y'all hear about right-of-way. Our engineers from DOT know about right-of-way, but they don't, I'm just gonna be honest with you, they don't know what we do. I think a lot of times we're just kind of the man behind the mask, and they just expect us to tell them when it's good to go. So we're gonna kind of give you guys a high level, again, of what these right-of-way agents are doing and what you guys can look out for in the field. So right-of-way is the real property, the land and improvements and rights therein acquired for public use and construct highways for the betterment and the safety of public. Right of way may be acquired through negotiated settlements or condemnations. So we're going to go through two paths that the agents will have and that you guys will be able to do. You guys have condemnation authority just like the state does. And so this is a huge step in getting your project, I guess, built, is making sure that we have the land to do that. And all of this stuff is all subject to government laws, statutes, rules, regulations, and all this comes from General Statute 136 for the state level, and that's our guiding principle. Again, going back to Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Act of 1970, sometimes you'll hear people call it the Uniform Act. I would look at that on that first slide whenever you get an opportunity to. And really, the summary of that is it doesn't matter if we're talking about a Walmart or if we're talking about your local grandma sitting there. Everybody has to be treated the same. And that's what the Uniform Act is supposed to do, in a nutshell, is just to make sure that everybody's getting treated the same. And to do that, we got to make sure that you have a couple of key documents, and that whenever you guys send it to me to get certified, there's 3 key documents that I'm going to ask for. I want to find out, how did you come up with the offer? All right. There's 2 options, a claim report or an appraisal. We'll get to those in a minute. And then once you have that appraisal, also need to have a official offer letter. All right. You need to make them an official offer. It can't be on the phone, or you can mail it to them. We prefer you give it to them in person. Have your agent give it to them in person, hand it to them. We need that where you made them the offer. The offer needs to match the appraisal. All right. For some reason, people would give me an appraisal for, if it appraises at 40,000, but then their offer letter was at 30,000. Well, we didn't feel like it's worth that much. We don't get that opportunity. It's got to match. That offer's got to match what that appraisal is. And then whenever you settle it, the settlement needs to be for fair market value, whatever that appraisal is, or higher. So you need to make sure that you're looking at that stuff. Whenever you send me that paperwork, that's one thing I'm going to be looking at. Does the offer letter match the appraisal? Is the settlement over that? All right. So you can't settle for less than that. If somebody wants to dedicate it or donate it, they can do so. But there's another form that they need to that we can provide to y'all. It's a Form 4CC, where they are agreeing to donate that property. They understand they're waiving the right for fair market value. Then you don't need an appraisal. All right. But we'll get into that. So again, this is kind of what I was talking about. I kind of got ahead of myself a little bit. But key right-of-way responsibilities, whenever you guys have your firm, or if you guys are in-house in this, make sure that we are getting appraisals or finding out some sort of a value. We can do a claim report, which I'll show you that in a second. If it's a small take, if it's under 20 grand and there's no damages associated, if we're not building up to the front steps, then you can do a claim report. The agent can do that. It needs to be approved by DOT, but they can do that, and they could make an offer based on that claim report. You can't condemn on a claim report, but you could use that. You got to make sure that you offer relocation benefits to your commercial properties. Anything that's in there, you need to relocate it. You guys know that. If there's something in the right of way, you can't leave it there. DOT's not going to, whenever it comes to us, we're going to want to look and see that stuff's been moved and out of there. And then we're going to see that the settlement or condemnation of the rights is based on a written offer to the property owner. So again, when this comes into play, I know Jeff's went over this. Y'all can do whatever you want to on your own projects. If it ain't got to do with DOT, if it's not federally funded, you don't have to go by this. But when your federally funded local municipal project needs to acquire real estate rights, all right, and we'll talk about some ways to lose money here in a second. But it doesn't matter if you receive $1 of federal funds, you've got to follow the Uniform Act. All right. And you have to make sure you're making the offer and the appraisal and the settlement. So anytime you're using federal funds. Now, just to kind of get into the weeds of the actual process of what the right-of-way agent's going to do in the field, the first thing they're going to do is you guys are going to hopefully have a meeting with the agent, whether it's somebody you're in-house in your real estate, if it's some of you guys, however you guys want to do that. Before you start this, I'd have a meeting. I'd go over the plans with them. I'd have a project kickoff meeting, discuss it, and make sure that agent doesn't see any issues with those plans, and make sure that everybody, and they know what you guys have the intent for this project. Once you guys do that, you're going to make an initial contact with the property owner. They're going to do a septic or a well investigation. At that point, septic can become a real issue, because depending on where you're at and setbacks and septic rules, that can really throw a kink in meeting the timeline that Jeff was talking about earlier. Because if you hit somebody's septic system and they don't have a repair area, and you don't have an option to tie them into public sewer, that now becomes a relocatee. All right. So relocations take a lot longer than just a regular strip take. You got to find them comparable housing. It's a drawn out process, and it's 12 to 18 months. It don't matter if it's one parcel. It's going to take them 12 to 18 months to relocate somebody. So they're going to do their property research. They're going to have deeds, and they're going to make sure, because we got to make sure there's clean title. So the agent's going to do that. They, again, if it's over 20 grand, we're going to recommend that they get title from a title attorney and have that done. If it's under that, then they can do a property history worksheet and submit that and show the ownership of that. They could do, again, appraisal requests after they do a meeting with the property owner and find out what the septic issues is. If there's any improvements that need to be acquired, they need to let the appraisal know that. So they'll do the initial contact. Then they're going to request the appraisal. Or they could do a claim report. That's those two options. And then those appraisals, I'm just going to be honest with you, those are not fast. You're looking at 2 to 3 months to get an appraisal back. Again, that's another time constraint for hitting your deadline. So just keep that in mind. Claim reports are a lot faster because that's something the agent can do. They're not relying on an appraisal, to hire an appraiser to go out and look at it and do that on site. But it can become an issue because if you do a claim report and then you don't settle it, you're going to need an appraisal anyway, because you can't condemn on that. Title, that's where you find out what the damages are, what the payment's going to be. We recommend title on that because you want to make sure that you're paying all the heirs. A lot of times you run into an estate file or something like that where it's got several heirs and you leave somebody out, where they're going to come knocking on y'all's door looking for funds if y'all didn't do it. That's if it's anytime there's something weird about a property, if there's not clean title, I would recommend getting title on it. It doesn't matter if it's a $2,000 claim. And it can become real iffy in the backside of this if you acquire property from the wrong person. You would be amazed at things that we see happen in property acquisition across the state. That's a real key thing you need to keep in mind. And also you need to keep that in mind as far as payment. And I believe all this stuff is reimbursable for your federal funds. Whenever you do this, that's the attorney fees that Jeff was talking about. If there's relocation, all right, they're going to do an evaluation assessment. They're going to go and do an inventory on the people's house, what they got, so they can find them comparable housing. Part of relocation assistance is that a lot of times we have to meet what's called decent, safe, and sanitary. I'm sure you guys have all probably heard of that before, DSS. You got to make sure that what you're putting them in is equivalent or better to what they had before. And the only way you can find that is to go in there and do an assessment and see what they had. Another part of that is I think it's individuals that are 13 and older are required to have their own bedroom. So a lot of times we'll find houses, they'll have 6 people in a home, 6 people in a 3-bedroom home, 2 bath, but you've got 4 kids in there and 2 parents and they're all over 13. So we end up putting them in a larger home because of decent, safe, and sanitary to follow the Uniform Act. So there's a lot of issues that can be coming into that. Hopefully once you get all this done, by the time you get your title, you've got your appraisal done, you're going to make the offer. Again, that's going to be an official offer. If there is a relocatee at that time you make the offer, this could be a tenant, but you can't give the 90-day letter to the tenant until after the owner has been notified. You can't make them an offer. So the 90-day letter that's just their 90-day letter to vacate. That's telling them that once you've made that offer, in 90 days, we're going to be expecting you guys to be ready to move out. So that gives them about 3 months to work with you, and you're going to give them 2 housing options. They don't have to take them, but you're going to find them 2 homes that are comparable, and they can either take the cash payment or they could relocate to one of the houses that the LAP would be getting into. So again, the 90-day letter, again, on day 90, we don't typically go out there and start evicting people because that's not a good look. We don't want to do that. But, we just keep that on file. That way that sometimes we do run into issues where people refuse to leave. So we give them the 90-day letter at that point, and then at 30 days, we give them another 30-day letter, just give them another notice. We have that on file. Again, I've never had to do that. I've had people that didn't want to leave, but we'll go sit down with them and we kind of, we don't, we are the government, and we try to keep face, but at the end of the day, we also have a job to do. So at that point, again, you go to settlement or condemnation. Again, like I mentioned before, you can't condemn on a claim report. So that's where you could get, if you make an offer, right, I would recommend making your claim report offer here, right? Go ahead and meet with them, come back, see what kind of improvements, come up with your evaluation, make your claim report, give them a couple weeks. If your agent doesn't feel like they're going to settle this thing, Then you need to go ahead and let's say we're going to order an appraisal. Just go ahead and get that in the chute because it takes appraisals they take time. You got to get your contract together for an appraiser to go out there and do it, to get on site. You have to complete the appraisal, has to come back to DOT and get approved by NCDOT. And then you go back and make the offer. So that's a lot of time that can be wasted. So we don't want to wait to this point and say, oh, you know, these people aren't going to settle. So now I need to order my appraisal. All right. Again, there's your 30-day letter to vacate. And then at that point, once they're vacated, then you can get your demo contractor out there and start removing structures and clearing, getting utilities relocated. And then that way you can start construction. Any questions on that? All right. Again, these are just some things that can cause issues with acquisitions of properties, houses. One of them, a key thing is bankruptcy. If a property is in bankruptcy, you cannot condemn on it. All right. So they have to clear, you have to clear the bankruptcy. You have to go to court, get the bankruptcy clear before you can file condemnation. So that can really cause a hiccup in a project. It's rare, but if you do run into that, then you might want to start talking to that's where title comes into play. When you get your title, it'll show that there's bankruptcy involved. And, you know, you can talk to your attorney and work with the courts to get either a judgment so that you can settle that thing so they can tell you who to pay it, because the issue with bankruptcy is that we don't know who to condemn on once it goes into bankruptcy. Again, title issues, multiple known, unknown heirs. We see things all the time where we don't really know who the heirs are. A lot of people don't close their estates when they pass away, unfortunately. So we don't really know who the heirs are. We've ran ads in papers trying to locate folks. So it can be a real tricky slope. I'm just going to tell you from my experience, if you see that there are title issues in that title, I would probably recommend letting the courts determine who the payment should be paid to. I mean, you know, if we're talking about a $500 claim, it might be worth your LAP taking a chance. But if you're talking about several thousands of dollars, you don't want somebody to come back and, you know, be suing you guys for money that you may have misappropriated. Again, utilities in conflict, a lot of utility issues we find out when we go out there, and you see all kinds of stuff when we go out there in the field, because this is the human side of the whole thing. You know, we're in the field talking to property owners, and they talk about, well, my well's right there. We didn't pick it up in our survey. So then we got to go back and we got to get it resurveyed and find, well, where is this well at they're talking about? Because if we take somebody's well and they don't have water anymore, we got to either relocate that well to another site. Hopefully they've got water available. If not, then that becomes again, septic tanks and wells there. Contamination, DOT's policies, we don't buy contaminated soil. So in fee simple, we would buy that right away via easement. That's our policy. Again, I don't know, I'm not sure how the LAPs operate, but it's the same thing. We just buy it via easement. So instead of buying the whole bundle of rights, we buy 99.9% of them. So, and I don't know if you guys get environmental reports on your projects to determine that sort of thing, but before we go to right away, we'll get that. Again, there's complicated relocation. I know that we've seen everything from relocating a Piedmont natural gas site. That's not your normal relocation, to battery factories. I mean, there's all sorts of things that unfortunately DOT has to relocate. Graves, we've been involved with that, you know. Again, sometimes there's definitely complicated issues that can be run into. So you got to factor in that stuff with your timeline when it comes to right of way. Underground storage tanks, USTs, we get our environmental unit to go out there and remove those. We can pay the property owner to remove a UST. If they don't want to relocate it, then we'll do it for them. The problem is if our environmental unit goes out there and removes that UST and we find a bunch of contamination, they're going to be on the hook to clean it. Historic properties, we got to work with our state historical unit to make sure that we can get access to these. A lot of times we have to alter our project plans because of historical properties, and we can't impact those. So, you know, all this complicated appraisal items, golf courses. How do you appraise a golf course? I mean, you know, we got one over here on 485 that's recently been involved with the I-5507 project, and that appraiser took them almost a year to get that appraisal done because it's hard to find comps for the golf course. They don't sell often. For an appraiser to accurately appraise a property, he has to find a comparable property that's sold in the last 12 months, you know? So it's hard to find that to get an idea. So again, this is just for you guys to read. Initial contact, This is what they're supposed to do, kind of going through those steps again. When they go meet with that property owner, they're going to have a plan sheet. They should give a plan sheet to that individual. And they're going to go through those plans with them and show them what's happening exactly. And we like for our survey unit to go out and put stakes in the ground. Sorry, I'm going to get y'all I've got a pamphlet here that we give out at initial contacts. Probably should have been a little more prepared for that. So this is what we give out to people. So we go meet with somebody, we're at the front door, sitting in their yard. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'm good. Y'all, yeah, I'm just going to. So anyway, you make your initial contact. We give them this pamphlet. If this is something you guys might want to model, I don't know. You don't have to have this. There's a couple over here. Oh, no problem. Yeah, if y'all want, I've got a few more here. Yeah, I may have taught before in my career. There you go. Y'all want one? Yeah, that's another thing. They never tell you that how you end up in right away. We come from all over the world. So anyway, so initial contact, you go meet with them, you talk about the project, you let them know what's going on. This is what's really important for you guys to let your agents know, what's out there. We're not engineers. We shouldn't be claiming to be engineers. We go out there and sit down, we talk to these people. If they have a question, we're going to come back to you guys and hopefully get a response. So make sure you're working with your right-of-way agents that are in the field and answering these questions that they may have. These are things that we're going to tell the property owner. They have legal rights. Again, they have the right to have their property appraised at your expense. All right. If you go out there to claim report, you have to say, here's my claim report. This is non-official appraisal. If you wish to have an appraisal, we'll do it for you. And so you let them know. If they say, yeah, I want an appraisal, then you go back and you order an appraisal. Did I give y'all one of these? I think I forgot y'all's table. I'm sorry. So anyway, they have a legal right for that. And again, the appraiser should let the property owner know when they're going to be out there. They have a right to accompany the appraiser on the evaluation. When the appraiser's out there looking at their site, they have a right to be there with the appraiser. I always tell the property owner, nobody knows your land like you do. You would be crazy to not be there, but you're going to have to be at the appraiser's. The appraiser's going to call and say, I'm going to be there Wednesday at 2:00. You need to be able to work that out. So again, conflict of interest is why we do third-party appraisals. That's why we don't in-house our appraisals with DOT. We hire a third party. I don't talk to the appraiser. I send it to my appraiser. We've got an area appraiser. I'll introduce you to him in a minute. And I send it to him, and then he orders the appraisal, and then I don't hear anything until the appraisal comes back. We're not supposed to influence it because I may go out there and it might be the sweetest old lady. And it's hard to not take that into account and different things. So we don't want to influence their opinion. And then when they give us that opinion, that's where we're at. That's our offer. They have a right to receive a written offer for compensation. That's where that written offer that I'm going to be looking for when I certify right away. All right. That's it really important to check that box. You can negotiate. They have a right to negotiate. That you can't go and say this is not negotiable. They have a right to negotiate. But also LAPs have a right to negotiate back. You don't have to take it. I mean, you can try to work it out. They have a right to be paid the full amount of compensation prior to being required to vacate their property. That's why you have to condemn on it before they're required to vacate. All right, you can't just if you can't settle it, you can condemn on it. In the condemnation process, the money's deposited in the local courts, and then it'll be in the clerk of court's office. So anyway, if you damage out the appraisal, you'll see on there that sometimes these appraisals will have a little box check. I don't know if anybody in here ever looked at an appraisal on one of your projects. All right, have you ever seen one where they said that make an offer for an uneconomic remnant? So if we split a property or we cut off access to a property, we have to offer to purchase the uneconomic remnant. So if we're just buying a right of way and we're putting CA across it, or we're splitting the property where it no longer is economically viable to that current owner, we are required to make an offer to buy that uneconomic remnant. All right. They don't have to sell you the uneconomic remnant. That's where it gets tricky, because you can't condemn on uneconomic remnant. You can only condemn on the right of way and the easements that's needed for the project, but we can offer to purchase those other items. So I would recommend that if they do that, make sure you buy that under general warranty deed and not a right-of-way agreement, because that gets real weird in the registered deeds office. And when they start. Because if you want something to look at the Monroe bypass. They bought all that under general warranty deed. So the Monroe bypass sits on a bunch of PIN numbers because it's identified as a parcel and not right of way. So anybody here from Union County want to help me figure that one out? All right. All right. So be informed of your rights, benefits, guys. So the agent should be advising. They have to offer what's called advisory services. So the agent does work for you guys, but they also are there to represent the property owner. But they're kind of the middle person between the engineers, between the designers, and the property owner to kind of tell them their rights and what they're what they're entitled to, especially when it gets to relocation. Things like the decent, safe, and sanitary and stuff like that. Got to let them know the rights. All right. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, general statutes, just going over the laws and things. And your agents, if you're hiring qualified agents, they'll know all this stuff. It should be just normal Tuesday for them. Again, and your your compensation is determined by a court of law if you cannot reach settlement. That's condemnation. All right. Everybody freaks out about condemnation. You guys all know, y'all remember your amendments when we were in school, right? You guys have a right to take your state to court. All right. So to receive fair condemnation or fair settlement. So again, that's their right. Property owners, everybody freaks out about condemnation, but all that is that's just saying there's a discrepancy in value. We're offering you $50,000. They think it's worth $150,000. It can go to court. That's property owner. They can have that determined by a jury or by a court. The problem is that sometimes once it goes to condemnation, there's no takebacks. All right. So once you decide we're going to that, and that court said, all right, if it appraised, we've had them that appraised for $170,000, and then they go to court and they settle for $1.9 million. So you got to be willing to eat that, because when it goes to court, I'm just telling you, that's what you're on the hook for. We got some phone calls on that one. Yeah, there's still a little salt in that one. All right. So, but the appraisal process, going into the appraisal, this is really important for you guys to hire good appraisals. And I've got a list on the PowerPoint here in a second of certified appraisals, appraisers that you guys probably should use. Can't tell you who to use, but these are the ones that DOT uses. I'm kind of regurgitating. A lot of this stuff we went over. Agent's going to meet with them. They're going to go over impacts. The appraiser, you're going to find out issues on that property. You're going to talk to them. You're going to find out. The worst thing is underground dog fences, because nobody picks those up in a survey, but you go out there and everybody's got an underground dog fence where we're fixing to build it. That's why you got to meet with these people, because, you got to be able to let that appraiser know there's an underground dog fence out there. Because the worst thing we can do is go make an offer and then not have something on there that the property owner had told us about earlier. So again, written offer stuff. This is when you make your offer, when you do your offer letters. I think most of you guys are doing a pretty good job of this. When we see this, but your offer should have the full amount. All right, that's offered, the full amount. Don't change whatever that number is on the appraisal. It's got to be on the offer. All right. A description, location of the land to be acquired, the identification of building structures and other items of the project, and a statement with any separately held ownership, interest in property, tenant-owned improvements. And then you just got to have offered, the remnant track. So a lot of this stuff we've kind of went over, but that's the key items. And I can share, if any of you guys need some of these documents, I can send you our stuff. You can't use them because y'all need to change them and make your own forms, but you could use them for a model if that's what you guys wanted to do. And I'll be glad to send that stuff to you. Again, appraisals, guys, this seems to be a real sticky point a lot of times with LAPs. So most of the time, schedule for right-of-way acquisition can begin for preparation of the appraisal of fair market value. DOT must set just compensation for local municipalities using federal funds. If you're using funds, if you're getting an appraisal or a claim report, you send them to me, all right? And I will review them, or someone in my office, all right, will sign it and approve it, send it back to you. If we see anything wonky, we'll ask you about it, fix it, we'll do it. Generally, that doesn't take but a week or two. If you get an appraisal, all right, you got to send them to Howard Babb. Get rid of that. All right, hbabb@ncdot.gov. All right, that's who you send your appraisals to get them reviewed and checked. He's going to have one of his reviewers review your appraisal. They're going to put a cover page on it. They're going to stamp it, approve. They're going to send it back to you. If it does not have that, and you go make offers and settlement, it it throws a wrench in the whole system. All right. Because technically you made an offer on an unapproved appraisal. So this could really cause trouble when it comes to certification. So make sure we're sending these appraisals to get them reviewed. Just compensation must be set prior to written offer. Again, we got to have that approval on that appraisal before offer is made to that property owner. Contact your local right-of-way office and area appraiser. That's your area appraiser, Howard Babb. And that's the office number for the area office. That's Division 10s and 12. All right, they handle all those appraisals. So again, the best way to make sure that your appraisal has the greatest chance of meeting NCDOT standards is just use one of our appraisals. And got it here somewhere. Well, I guess I didn't get to it just yet. Oh no. All right. So anyway, I thought I'd stuck it in there. I think it's on here. I hope so. All right. Valuation methods. Again, we talked about claim reports, also known as waiver valuations. This is where a agent, they could come up with their own comps. They can use tax values. There's really no written rule on where they can come up with that value. But what we're going to look for whenever they do that is we're going to make sure that if we got two properties that are on the same project and they're both similarly used, that they're going to have similar offer values. If we're giving a business $100,000 per acre here, we're going to give this business $100,000 an acre here. We want to make sure everything's kind of similar on the same rate. Right-of-way transmittal summaries, those are kind of like an abbreviated appraisal. It's just kind of a quick turnaround appraisal. That is an official appraisal though, or you can do a narrative. And getting into these three items, claim reports is kind of the easy button is what we say. The agent can do it pretty quick. They can look at it. They can go make an offer. These don't take long to turn around. This is for minor claims. If it's over $25,000, you're going to need an appraisal. That's the max. If you think I'm just going to tell y'all, if y'all think it's $20,000, you need to tell them to get an appraisal. Because what's going to happen is you're going to go out there and make an offer for $21,000 and the person's going to want to settle for $25,500. Well, you can't settle for $25,500 without an appraisal because the max is $25,000, right? So it's gonna kind of tie you up on the backside of that. So you need to go ahead and, like I said, $25,000. You can do $25,000 on a claim report, but again, $20,000. At 20, if you're over 20, you don't have much negotiating room without an appraisal. That's what I'm getting at. You'd need this if it's federally funded or state funded projects. Again, transmittal summary. This is kind of that next level. So you got claim reports, a real easy one. Agent can do it. Don't need appraisal. Next is transmittal summary. This is kind of a shortened appraisal. The appraiser will do it. It's almost like they'll do an inspection, but it's like a drive-by kind of thing. You know, they don't dig into it. This is kind of for your other minor claims, like your $20,000 claim or less that you need an appraisal on because you got title issues or whatever. This can be used for court or condemnation. So again, these are good. These are full-on appraisals. So must be appraised by a certified appraiser. This is not something that your right-of-way agent can do. And these also require NCDOT approval. And then your full-on appraisal, this is your relocation. This is, heavy impacts on a property. It's a narrative. It's more complex, federal, state funded. There's no value limit on these. These are also used in court for condemnations. And, these include non-curable damages, proximity controls of access, assemblage, loss of parking. This is where you're going to see offers for remnant properties, things like that will be on a narrative appraisal. So again, certified appraisal, and these also require DOT certification. All right. So again, an issue with that is that these are some appraisals that we have in North Carolina, and there's only 119 that are pre-qualified, right, that have high response times. So appraisals, we don't have a lot of them. Appraisers that are certified to do work for NCDOT. So it's real crucial that if you see that you're going to need them, go ahead and get a contract with these guys. Here's that list I was looking for earlier. This is your list of certified appraisers that we kind of use around here that you guys could use. I don't know that any's better than the other because, this is just what our appraisal office kind of provided of the certified list. So, and their contacts. And again, there's some references and some other stuff you can look at. But so once you've met with them, you've done the initial contact, you came back and you have made the offer. All right. So then it comes to settlement. So to reach settlement, property owners have a right to negotiate with the department on your settlement. When you reach settlement, you may expect payment to 2 to 6 weeks. So try to pay these people when you reach settlement. I know sometimes what we run into is we'll go meet with somebody and we'll settle it before we get title figured out. So we have to let those folks know that, hey, we're figuring out title, because not only is part of settlement, if you've got a mortgage on your home, so we run into this a lot, is that, you know, they have a mortgage on their home. Well, their mortgage states that they are, you know, that the lender's entitled to some of those funds. So we have to get a release from that lender. Again, if you're settling a claim that's over $25,000, you need to reach out. You need to get title on those $25,000 ones or more, because that's when those lenders get really interested in wanting their money. All right. They can sign a release, and your attorney should be able to know that. If not, we've got that information. We'll be glad to share our releases for you. But it just shows that they're going to release that for settlement. So you do run into that sometimes. Oh, right there. So there you go. I just talked about that. Tax prorations. Whenever you buy this property, don't forget you're going to need to prorate those taxes at the end of the year. Because if we've bought a strip of right of way from those people in 2025, let's say you bought it in June, so you'll need to get that proper documentation to be able to prorate that from whenever you purchased it. You'll need to pay that portion of those taxes when they come out the following year. Or we do. I assume y'all would have to. You know, we do that. We do our tax prorations. We just tell those folks, send us their tax bill. We'll do the math and we'll prorate it and we'll pay our portion for what we bought, for what we've owned it. And then also, when we settle with a property owner, if we reach settlement, we also ask them to fill out a tax ID form, because we do report this, and they will get a 1099 on that sale of property to the state of North Carolina. So that's part of their taxes. So just something to keep in mind. All right. So that was all settlement stuff. Hopefully you guys all, you know, everything goes well. Everybody's happy about your projects and they settle for the appraised value. But if not, you know, again, they have a right to ask for other people to give their opinion on what the value should be, and that's condemnation. So the first step, they're going to notify you or your representative. Most of the time when these things go to condemnation, they have a lawyer representing them. So you would contact their representative and you would let them know that the condemnation lawsuit action, the date of filing, we send them a form, we mail it, we send it to them certified. And it basically says, hey, this is going to be filed in the Mecklenburg County Clerk of Courts on such and such date. And on that date, that amount of that deposit amount will match what was the appraised value. Again, if it appraised at $50,000, we're depositing $50,000. And at that point, there's no takebacks. It's in the court. That money's deposited. You can't go get it back. It's to that property owner. In our case, the Attorney General's office files the condemnation with the date that we told them about. We try to give them that date within 30 days, because what we do see is we'll send them that letter and say it's filing in a month. People sometimes call us back and want to settle, but again, it's not there as a threat of condemnation, but it is just letting them know that hey, it is being condemned. They'll deposit that in the Clerk of Courts, whatever just compensation was determined by an appraisal. So you need all that on file, and then we'll make it. So once that deposit is made, then you guys have access to that property. That's whenever your LAP has purchased that property. All right. So when DOT, we deposit that, and what I'm going to look for the right-of-way certification, because you're not going to have you're not going to have a signed agreement. What you're going to have is you're going to have an MOA, memorandum of action. Y'all seen those? All right. So MOA is what you're going to need to send in place of that recorded agreement. So the people will go to the Clerk of Court's office. They'll go withdraw their funds. That's their money. By accepting that money, then that does not mean they've settled the claim. That just means that they took their money that was fair. So that still has to be settled. They'll keep working through the courts, and what they'll do is we try to mediate them. I'm sure your legal team will do the same. We try to reach through mediation. I think something around, last I heard, it was like 7% of DOT condemnation cases actually go to court. I think that the other ones are settled in mediation. So we just go mediate these things. And that was we have an AG attorney and we have area negotiators. That's what their position is. They negotiate these settlements. So we try to settle them. Once they settle these, they'll file a consent judgment. And so you'll have an MOA filed. So if you guys ever do some digging on properties and looking, you'll see a lot of times when, you know, there's an MOA might have been filed in 2015. Consent judgment was filed in 2018. So there's a 3-year gap between condemned when the project we got access to it before they actually reached settlement. I had heard there was something down east that took like 30 years to settle. There's no time limit on the condemnation. That's where your funding can get weird because we try to settle these things. I assume your attorneys try to settle them, but there's no timeline on how quickly they need to. Sometimes they ask for variances, continuances. They can stretch these things out. A lot of attorneys don't want to settle them until after the project's built, because they say that that's the best way to accurately assess damages is to look at it once you're done. So just keep that in mind. Not happening as much as it used to, but it still does kind of occur. Relocation, guys, I will be honest with you, relocation is its own animal. Hire somebody that knows what they're doing when it comes to relocation, because there's people that really like to do it, but this is just making sure that people are required to move, they're informed of their rights, relocation program, and they're making sure that, all that stuff's good. Sorry, I kind of got happy typing there. All right, so I'll just this is important because this is, again, the three things. I don't know if y'all remember 3 things that we're going to be looking for when we certify right away, right? Appraisal, offer letter, either a recorded agreement or a MOA. So that's what y'all really need. That's what I'm going to look for. Whenever y'all send that to me to certify right away, that's the 3 things I'm looking for. I'm going to check that. I'm going to look at the appraisal. I'm going to find or claim report, whatever you got. I'm going to see if that value matches your offer. I'm going to look at the acreage that you put on that claim report. Were we buying 0.2 acres of right of way? Is that what was included in your offer? Then I'm going to look at your agreement, and I'm going to make sure your agreement has all those areas in there, and it's also at that offer amount or higher. So anyway, so all the right-of-way certification is this is to us telling the FH, this is why I'm going to look at that stuff, because this is, if we get audited, then the FHWA is going to they're going to come see me, and they're going to want me to show them that were we checking those boxes when we looked at this stuff? Were they offered fair market value? And so this is just an assurance from DOT to the FHWA that the federal policies and regulations have been adhered to regarding the right-of-way acquisition phase. Just making sure that, hey, DOT has said that you guys, your LAP has checked out, y'all have done what you were supposed to be doing. Projects are examined to determine whether new easements of property are required or whether project is out. So you can go here. There's some documents there, some right-of-way support. And guys, email me, call me, whatever's best. I'm not really good at checking voicemail, but call me. Sorry. All right. So, and also talking about as far as just letting you know what's going on. If you guys are ever interested in taking some training, that we do have training opportunities for LAPs. It's for anybody. And you can email Florence Green or Huchani Dodd. They're over training for NCDOT. They offer classes every month, different ones. If you're interested in our training program, shoot me an email. I can tell you what classes are going to be offered in June and July. I've got the list the other day. And so we'll provide training. Any LAP with internal right-of-way staff can request right-of-way training through DOT. NCDOT can provide in-house training at no cost to LAP. NCDOT can provide IRWA. If you guys haven't ever got on there, IRWA is kind of the guiding principle for the right-of-way world. They offer a lot of training courses and things. Just Google them. There's all sorts of certifications you can get through them. And so you can do Florence and Huchani if you're interested in that. Here's just some external stuff. If you guys wanted to, when you're on the beach here in a couple of weeks, enjoying sunshine, you want to click on some of this stuff, some of the FHWA laws. And if you guys really want a great video, this one is pretty good. Anyway, do y'all have any questions for me?
So question, if we get our funding after we have completed the right-of-way phase?
You should have funding before you start right away.
Well, sometimes
right. That's a Jeff.
Sometimes we're through sometimes we apply for CRTPO funding and we're a little farther along, and so we know we're shovel ready. So with that said, is it better to go with like claim reports if they're smaller amounts, or would it be better to go back and get appraisals like if we've already been through that process?
So, all right, let me try to think. So you're asking, if you don't have funding yet, should you do a claim report or an appraisal? Is that what you're saying?
Well, so what happens is we've already been through the right-of-way process. Let's just say
they only have one construction phase, so they're going to ask right-of-way authorization, go on that outside, and they're not requesting.
So they're not getting any funds for us?
She
So-
said, like, if we're just getting construction funds.
Oh, yeah, I don't.
We have to have their, like,
I don't think, if they're not getting funds for right of way, right, Jeff?
Oh, let me turn this green thing on.
Hey, look,
You're doing it, but you would have to follow all the same rules because the projects, you know, if it's funded in federally funded in construction, you still have to, he still has to certify and you still.
that's what I do. So if I got to certify it, there you go. Then yes, you need to follow all this. So yeah, you can always go out there with a claim report for small stuff. The issue with claim reports, you can't condemn on a claim report. So if you go out there and then you need to buy it, then they're not willing to work with a claim report, you know, so you need to get an appraisal at that point.
Weird.
Oh yeah, if you own it, and that's something else too. You LAPs, whenever you guys do that, it really helps me out if y'all have like a plat or something that shows that y'all own that. Because I get a lot of stuff. I'm like, well, where's parcel 6? Where's it at? So I have to go and I pull it and I see y'all own it. So I'll go ahead and certify it because y'all can build on your own parcel. But the issue is I don't know what utilities are putting out there. So I know a lot of utility companies want something in writing before they hand it over to DOT. And that, so I don't know how that works as far as how y'all hand that over. But anyway, so there's just some questions we get. Why are public meetings held? Why are we doing this? You know, let's just kind of let people know what's going on. A lot of survey guys get a lot of dirty looks and a lot of dirty comments because they go out there, they have under general statute, they can go out there and survey anybody's property anytime for a project. They should be sending mailers out to these folks prior to going out there. I think that is also something that they have to be doing. But we get a lot of I get a phone call once a month from somebody saying that DOT's out there anywhere they want to. And I can go pull that letter, you know, and say, well, you know, yeah, we're out there surveying for this project. You were notified such and such. So again, y'all can look at this stuff on your own time, but we do that is kind of, this is a DOT thing, but I don't know if anybody comes, if y'all have any kind of slated projects that you know is coming and somebody wants to sell their property and they say they can't sell it because they know that, you know, your municipality is coming through there. We have a process where they can apply for a hardship and we can do what's called an advanced acquisition. And we go ahead and buy it. We also do advanced acquisitions that we call protective purchases. That allows us, if somebody's wanting to develop a property and they want to sell it to us, that we can go ahead and work with them to purchase that preemptively. If we know for certain that that's going to do, has to go before, we have to get some paperwork filled out. We have to submit it to the board, get them approved funds for that because since it's advanced, we don't have any funding for that. But yeah, there's a lot of times there's some weird things that come up in the right of way world when it comes to purchasing property, and we kind of have to think outside the box, solve some of these issues. And I know that your right of way agents that are working in the field really appreciate you planners and working with them and helping them answer some of these questions. So, yeah, I think that's kind of it. So here's all our divisions. Did I get done too quick?
No, but I had a quick
Okay.
question.
Sorry.
You got 10
So
minutes.
on Samantha's question, I just want to make sure I understand. So if the city of Charlotte, for example, bought something, is completely done, owns the title to a piece of property, and then they get federal funds, they're good, even if it is closed for like a day. As long as they go and get the right-of-way certificate, they're fine to use the federal funds on construction.
I would think so. I just get worried about his comment earlier today that if they start doing something prior to getting funds that we can't reimburse them. But as far as certifying the right of way, I'll be good. I don't deal with funding. That's where I would want those guys to answer.
So with you have to do a certification on the right of way, right? And part of your certification is to make sure they had the appraisals and all that kind of stuff. So if they don't have a certified appraisal, so I think if you have, like with your project, let's say you guys were maybe want to do it on your own, and then you wasn't looking to get funds and you've acquired right away, you did all that kind of stuff. I think if you own that property, by the time you go and you reach out and say, hey, Jennifer, I want funds, that's kind of happened in the past. But if you know from the start, like I'm going to get funds from CRTPO and we're only getting construction funds, you should go ahead and get certified appraisals and all that kind of stuff because he's going to look for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because you're not done with real estate by the time, yeah, that's just kind of common sense, I guess. Yep.
I think once you know you're getting federal funds for a project, you should go ahead and keep in mind doing the certified appraisal.
Okay.
And follow the uniform stuff.
Does that answer that? Yes, ma'am.
If you have a.
Kelly makes me nervous when she answers, she asks hard stuff.
Well, okay, you have a state funded local project, okay, state funds.
Okay.
You're going to certify the right of way. you're still
Yes.
gonna have to follow the procedures, the proper, you're still checking for all that.
I'm going to check for all that. Yes. So the problem that I can see us running into with the way I understand all this, because it's a lot of hypothetical things. All right. So they bought it and they didn't have all that stuff, but then they want us, but are they getting reimbursed for right of way?
No.
So that's what, so since they're not being reimbursed for right of way, I'm just going to look and see if they own it. Right. I don't know. But
Check. Federal Highway reviewed a one in Division 12 one time, and it was a piece of property where a municipality had gotten someone to donate that piece of property. However, they, like this, they had acquired that prior to getting the grant fund or getting the funding from CRTPO or from another MPO. And if the MPO has knowledge that they were going to expect, that they were going to apply for a grant, Federal Highway expects you to use the Uniform Act. Or even if you were only getting construction funding, I'm going to turn around this way. If you're going to get construction funding for a project, then you still got to certify that it was done by you, by the Uniform Act. $1 of federal funding in construction makes you have to have it, the environmental document and the right-of-way document done per DOT standards, is from what I understand.
yeah, I think, did we not have something similar to this happen? And we had the appraisal office to write a memo for all those appraisals that approved them or something, or their claim reports? Because claim reports, I have no, yeah, I think
It's
so.
like you're saying, once, if you do it before you know you're getting these funds that happened in the past, so technically it's the city's or the municipality's project, parcel now. But if they know they're getting those funds, that's when they need to go ahead and.
The moral of the story is when that happens, let's get on a phone call.
So is there
I think,
Always get appraisal.
yeah, just, yeah, we'll be good. I think we'll be fine.
time difference from if you theoretically just go out and acquire this land, because in Mooresville, we have done the whole, like, putting $1 in or aiming for federal funds. But if we were like, oh, we might not actually go for federal funds, like, is there a timeline? Like, you have to keep it in your possession for a year before then you could say, well, we got all this, let's go for a CRTPO grant.
No, I think going back to what Jeff was, you owned it before you went for the CRTPO grant. So that's where a lot of times I go and see that, well, the municipality already owns that property. So, you know, it's really nice if we have a plat that shows where the project is, that shows that, where you guys are delineating that for right of way or however you guys are marking, not just building it on your property. So we could have that on file. But I think if you guys bought it before you went for the grant, then you already owned it, right? Does that answer your question? You didn't seem real confident. I feel like I'm getting it worse. I just need to quit. Quit.
Let's say if it is how it goes for the fund. Yeah, sorry. I don't ever need these things, but let's say a municipality goes for funding after, say they've acquired.
Yeah,
They've acquired, right, we've acquired it, but we didn't know, like, we didn't find out we got the funding until after we went through this real estate process. Cause you know, we're trying to keep schedule. And then I've heard some conversations of, oh, we need to go back and get those appraisals and all certified. And then there's an issue with, hey, did the company that did that work for us, are they certified to even do that work? And I know we've run into that. I've heard that conversation before, and I know that's a twist, another twist to it, but is there a way to go back and get like that company certified that did it, or they have to be certified before they do the work, I guess?
Yeah, they would need to be certified before they do work. I'm pretty confident in that. But I think, you know, I would think that if you guys own the property, it does, I mean, it's no different if you, before you requested funding, I would think that you own the property for that. But I don't know if you could be reimbursed for that payment, that whatever you paid for that. I think that's the difference. If you own it, that's fine, but we're not going to reimburse you. Let's say you bought it for 20 grand, you can't come and ask for reimbursement for
You're not going to reimburse us, but
Yeah,
We have to get it certified, I guess, to meet other
you would
requirements.
need to get
Like,
it certified.
Certification.
Yes, you would
Okay.
need it
So,
certified.
so I think that's critical that we know that, because whoever we use, if we think we might have federal funding on that project, we need to make sure whoever we use for the right-of-way service, that they're certified.
I think that
Just in
makes-
case because you get down the road, all of a sudden, oh, we got this grant or we got this funding. Now we need to make sure we go back and certify the right-of-way. Does that make sense? Because we didn't know it at the time. We didn't have to certify it, but then we got to go back.
I think your contracts division puts all the federal clauses in there, whether or not they're checking to see if they're pre-qualified. I don't know if they do that or not, but I think if you use an on-call appraiser, you guys are probably pretty good. Maybe. I check into it.
We need to double check.
Yeah, you need to double check.
The key though is just make sure, like if in the situation Samantha had where you just get and receiving construction funding, is just send the stuff. As long as you get a letter from us that says right-of-way certification, good to go. Don't worry about it. So you'll send Jason your stuff. He's going to look at it and certify it, and you're good to go.
But either way, it's really a good idea to have, I mean, appraisal, claim report, offer letter, and the recorded agreement. I think you would have those anyway. If you've got any right-of-way agent that's ever done anything, they're going to have those documents. I mean, it's not, I mean, so that, I mean, I don't think it would be an issue to provide that. I mean, but anyway.
And I will say, I guess kind of the subject would move on. Like when you do submit your stuff, it makes it a lot easier on Jason and his staff, is if you base each thing, like when you send your files, label it parcel 1 appraisal, parcel 2, whatever, parcel, you got 3 things. Parcel 1's your claim report or appraisal, your recorded deed or whatever it is, and label them as such. So it's easy for him to go through. And then when he looks at your right-of-way plans, he sees parcel 1 and he checks off, yeah, I've got those 3 things. And we get a lot where it's so.
It'll be what people like to do. And I mean, I get the mentality behind it. Is they like to use last names for files, like Smith appraisal, and then, and so if you could have your plan sheet where all the parcels are numbered, like parcel 1, this parcel 1's appraisal, because I'm going to drag it. Whenever I create my file, I just create a file as parcel 1. It's a 1, and then I just drag those documents in there, and then I can go in there and review that and match it up with the plan sheet and say, oh, that one's good. We're checking it off, and then we go through that. So if it's Smith, I just have to rename it, open it up and see where that's at on the plans. So it would make my job a lot easier, but I'm not going to email them back and say not certified because of that. So, all right, well, I'll quit blabbering and I'm going to hand it over to Miss Kelly, I guess. You want this?
Thank you so much. Yeah. Good. Yep. I was just going to show. So phase 2, Kelly Crump. So I just hit the little arrows.
Okay, I'm going to go over contract administration. I'm the staff engineer for Division 10. So for our group in Division 10 that provide contract administration for the local projects, we have Nat Hunter, who is our division construction engineer. Recently, Rick Balcom, you might have remembered him, but Nat took his position. So this person, Nat, that position will be looking at your supplemental agreements, claims. He'll be approving things, attending, going on the final inspection, things like that. And then for me, I provide help to our oversight engineers or to Jeff sometimes on various things, and to Nat. So Nat's one of my supervisors. And Brian Withers is here with us today. He's our oversight engineer. So he'll be out in the field reviewing the projects, and you all may know Brian. And then we also have Neil Stroop, who's our oversight engineer that does the same type duties. And then part of this for CRTPO division, it covers Division 12. Would you like to introduce or no? Okay. I've been begging them to talk today in my little group over there. I sat with them trying to, work them up, and they just haven't agreed. So Rodney Gant is the division construction engineer in Division 12. And then we have they listed their assistant division construction engineer, Christian Listo. Okay. And then Jackie is an oversight engineer, Jackie McSwain, and then Larry Carpenter is an oversight engineer. So those are some of the folks that you'll be dealing with. So for our policy, the LGA is responsible for documenting the construction of the project based on the municipal agreement. And failure on the part of the LGA or the department to perform construction contract administration adequately can result in not being reimbursed for the work performed. So here's a link for the construction manual that goes over a lot of the information in the inspect book, and it expounds all that to let you know different things that you need to do when you're doing contract administration on the projects. And then there's your standard spec link. So our role during construction, our goal is to assure the construction is performed in accordance with the standard specs and procedures. And we want to assist the municipality in obtaining all available reimbursement for the project. So that's our goal. So when the oversight engineer comes to your pre-construct, you'll invite them to the pre-construction meeting when they're there. You want to make sure you include them on attending the monthly meetings and what's going on the project, because they're there to help you. And when they're not included, they cannot assist you in getting reimbursed and making sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. So that's their job, and that's what they're there for. So they'll attend the pre-bid meeting, pre-construction meeting. They do monthly reviews of your pay applications when they come in from the contractor. Attend monthly meetings. They go out on the projects for claims, supplementals, force account approvals. They need to be a part of that. And they'll be reviewing that information and getting it to our division construction engineers to sign off on it. They invite the M&T. We have Pam Carricker here with us today, who's representing our materials and certifications unit. And that's like big for these projects. We want to get them certified so that everything's reimbursable. So that coordination happens with our oversight engineers to reach out to M&T to come do the reviews and to ask questions. DBE participation, subcontract, certified payrolls, those are part of the reviews that your oversight engineers will be doing. Final acceptance, the division construction engineer will be coming out to the project. Is that who you all have, Jackie? To come to the project to do the final inspection walkthrough with you all. And then they will end up, you send them a letter requesting acceptance of the project, and they'll reply that the project's accepted. We also we don't maintain the as-built. I kind of wrote that wrong. We maintain an as-built site. So that's part in your agreement is listed that you will provide as-built at the end of the project. Your oversight engineers will be asking for those. We send those to the courthouse if you have permanent right-of-way purchased on the project. We send those plans to the appropriate courthouse to be recorded there. And we also maintain on our Connect site as-built, and so they will be sent there to be loaded up. We check invoices, and then we make our construction group would be reviewing the construction invoices and approving those, so Jeff can approve them to be paid. And we also work on final billing, and that would be billing the municipality for overruns or their percent of our charges on we say WBS, that's our accounting pot of money, so our accounting system. And then you'll get a letter for records and retentions. So for the pre-con meeting, you need to invite everybody that Jeff would list, or I guess his counterpart in Division 12 would list to attend the pre-con meeting. You need to invite those folks there. And the oversight engineer will attend and they're gonna talk about, the required federal posters that are needed on the project, the Buy America requirements, subcontractor request form. Hopefully your contractor might have them then, for them to get and review. They're gonna go over, hope you should present, or the sampling and testing firm should present a list of the inspectors that they plan to use on the project so that they could check their certifications. And I will say that's the issue that we've had in the past, where we've had some non-participating and you haven't been reimbursed for everything because the sampling and testing firm, they might not have these people available, so they just send whoever out to the project. So, we didn't have time maybe, or they didn't submit their name to see if they were certified, or maybe their certifications expired. So that's important. If you're having a sample and testing firm, you want to make sure that they give you all the list of the inspectors that, or if they get new employees, you need to go over that with your sampling and testing firm to make sure that they have the proper certifications. And we check on that for you. CEI firms, employee certification, same thing. Your firms would need to have folks that are certified out in the field performing the test. Your concrete lab, I think we've had issue there before with the concrete labs being accredited and technicians at the concrete lab being certified. So our oversight engineers take that, check on that. And I think over the years, maybe we've had a time or two where that was an issue. They're going to provide samples of required forms when they come to the pre-con. Anything else? Okay. All right. So for certified construction technicians, the LGA will provide the technicians to inspect and document the construction of the project, specific items of work, including the placement of asphalt and concrete and testing of certain materials such as soil and aggregate, ABC, materials required certifications by the department. So they have to have these certifications to be able to perform these tests. And this is one of the things that is going to be looked at for you all to get reimbursement for the work. So it's your responsibility to make sure that these technicians are thoroughly familiar with the contract requirements and certified for the various phases of work which they're going to be inspecting. And here's a list of some of the different items that that personnel should be present, during when this type of work is being performed. So your subcontractors, the subcontract approval form, you'll have those forms. They need to be signed by, I think they were signed by the locals and signed by the contractor. Our oversight engineers will review those. If in your contract it's designated, you have specific DBEs listed, you'll need to make sure that those are the ones approved to do, or you'll have subcontractors and they're actually doing that work that's listed in the contract for them to do as the, it's not qualified, it's what DBE was the word? Not required. They're in the back of the contract. They're your
Labor codes? Labor codes?
Well, that too, yes. They also, any subcontractor that you have would need to be approved in the system with the certain labor codes. And that was listed earlier for the, I think Jeff went over that too, didn't you? About, what'd you say? Yeah, the pre-qualifications too. I'm sorry. So in the spec book, you also have a certain amount that the contractor has to do, 40% of the work. However, and so that's calculated as part of that subcontract request form. However, if you have specialty items listed in your contract, those don't count against them. Or if it's the DBE work, that doesn't count against them. So but they need to at least do 40% of the work. And they can count, like if they're doing materials, purchasing materials, they can actually count that as part of their 40%. So that's one of the things that is checked with the subcontract request form. So what Jennifer was saying, they do have to be pre-qualified bidder or subcontractor to be a subcontractor. The subcontract form must have the 1273 attached and the FHWA 1273, and that's one of the things that our oversight engineers will check. And also this is, I think it's important because one of the things that your inspectors out in the field, they're going to need to make sure that they have the subcontract request form because they need to know that they're the folks performing the work. Like if the prime contractor decides to perform that work, well, that's not, it's subcontracted out to somebody else. So, they need to know that. Or if it's the DBE contractor that was listed in the back of the contract, they're the ones that need to be doing that work. Or if a DBE, if they can't get them to show up, there's forms that they have to fill out, replacement forms. So they need to, the inspector in the field needs to have those forms. So this is a form here, the project review review. Division 12 has a form that looks a little bit different, but this is what we use in-house for our oversight engineers. And you can kind of see some of the things that they check. And what this would help with, if they do it prior to you all requesting reimbursement for a pay application from the contractor, requesting reimbursement from them, if they get to look at it before that is a good time because they can check to see and make sure you have all your certifications and, all the paperwork for what you're going to pay the contractor. So that's a good time before you pay them to let them come in and do their review. And that way you could say, Mr. Contractor, I need type, whatever certification for this, and this before I, you need to give me this information before I reimburse you. And that way, we've found this in the department right now. We have contracts where we are missing certifications and then we're at the end, having issues getting it. So it would be best to not pay the contractor until you have that proper paperwork, and the oversight engineers will help you with that. Y'all want to say anything else about this? My group. Okay. DV reporting, payment reporting. Okay. So the contractor must provide the LGA with an accounting of payments made to the DBE firms, including material suppliers, contractors at all levels, the prime sub and the second tier subcontractor. This accounting is furnished to the LGA along with each pay request. Also, the LGA should have a record of final payment as compared with commitments and explanation of any shortfall. Failure to submit this information accordingly may result in withholding payment until the information is provided. That's true. Without the DBEIS form that's mentioned there, we cannot process construction invoice. So it'll just, I'll have to, send it back and say, we got to have that DBEIS form. And that shows, we keep up with it statewide on all the DBE payments we make, so, and this will allow at the end of the contract, that the contractor has met his goals that he agreed to. And if they didn't meet their goals, let's say, you didn't use as many linear feet as thermo as you were planning or whatever, that could be a justification that we didn't need, that amount of work on the contract. But in order to close, to pay the final invoice, we have to have that justification. And each invoice that you submit to us have to have that DBEIS form. So
$0 or not, you have to still submit.
You turn that thing on right there.
So like the first pay app won't have any DBIS payments to it, but you still have to submit it showing $0 amounts.
Exactly. Our fiscal section will not process the payment without a form. So, all right, supplemental agreements. This is agreement between the LGA and the contractor that amends the contract as necessary to satisfactorily complete the proposed construction and becomes part of the contract. So if there's, a new line item you need, then you're gonna have to have a, you know, a supplemental agreement with the contractor to pay for that. And, you would need to submit, the supplemental agreement. You're gonna have to have, there's a supplemental agreement pricing form that the contractor should be familiar with. He'll fill out part of that and turn it in with the, supplemental agreement. And also, recently we had an audit with Federal Highway, and we have to have documentation from the LGA or from the department, whoever's approving that price. You'll need to submit, the LGA would need to submit how you justified approving that supplemental agreement price. And that would be like the bid price, bid averages could be that, or various things that you might, you know, come up with to justify that. We just have to have that documentation. And so the oversight engineer will review your supplemental agreement, and then they will get our division construction engineer to approve that supplemental agreement. So there's contractor can submit claims for time, or you could do a department or LGA initiated claim if you know the contractor's due time because you delayed the final inspection, you know, past the completion date of the contract or whatever. So they might get an extension for that, and you follow your specs on how you're able to give additional time or money. And this talks about the specifications. 108-10B gives extensions in time, and then additional compensation is the Article 104-3 in the specs, or 104-5 for your over or underrun of your quantities. And then there's an extra work section 104-7. So again, your oversight engineers would be able to assist anybody, or you all, or maybe if your firm is heavily involved in the contract administration, would be able to assist them in filling out the claim and knowing how to write it, what to approve and everything. And then in the end, it needs to go through them for our division construction engineer to approve. And there's certain levels where our area construction engineer would be involved in that also. All right, materials and test requirements. The department's responsible for ensuring that all materials and manufactured products incorporated into the transportation project meets the required criteria and will function as intended. The M&T unit performs this function and will work with the LGA and the division to provide the required materials oversight and assurance testing. And I mean, when I look at the project as a whole, I think Federal Highway will say they tend to be, that's where they do their audits, you know, is in construction. And so M&T is like, you know, they're doing the certification of their project. So this to me is like your big risk area is construction and getting reimbursed your money. And so, you know, we want M&T to certify the project, and we want to make sure we have all the paperwork, that the sampling and testing is done as it's supposed to be, that all the technicians are certified. And, you know, you have to have your Buy America, you're using approved materials, approved suppliers. Any of your materials has to be on the approved products list. So we try to work to resolve any failures or discrepancies so that the municipality can get as much as reimbursement as possible. So that's our whole goal, is to get the project certified and for you all to get reimbursed. And so there's a new LAP materials and acceptance guide that came out recently, and this is the link for that. What do you want to say anything about the differences in this versus the other, or anything you might have seen, Pam?
Not necessarily that much about the differences. I think Sam's intent with that was to kind of clean it up a little bit and make it a little bit more streamlined. He is also a big goal that he has this year, and he's already started on it. He and Brian Hunter are working on trying to clean up the minimum sampling guide.
that's in like fairly outdated, but I did want to add one thing. I think Jeff mentioned it earlier. Somebody else mentioned it as well. If communication's key, so if something hits your project and it's not right, you let your oversight engineers know right away, and sometimes it can be taken care of pretty readily. Don't try to just like act like maybe somebody will catch it or maybe they won't. But a lot of times we can take care of stuff as long as we know fairly. It's a lot easier to take care of it as soon as it happens than it is, a couple months down the road, when it's sometimes too late to do anything about it.
Yeah, and one thing the oversight engineers will do is maybe if you have a larger project, maybe, not wait to the very end to have an M&T review, have multiple M&T reviews along the life of the project. And so you can catch things quicker until they're, and not wait till they're passed. And I think that helps move it along. Okay, and these next few slides is the review checklist from M&T, so you can kind of see what they're looking for. So you can, kind of keep your project up with this. Did you want to say anything specific about any of those items listed? But it was just you're going to give the presentation out so you all will have it. And then I think at the pre-cons, y'all provide that list. And then also when I walked in the door, they gave us the Federal Highway project review list too. So I think our oversight engineers are providing both of those at the pre-con for folks to know what's expected. Okay, final acceptance. The LGA is responsible for scheduling and performing the final inspection with the department staff to ensure all work has been completed satisfactorily. The LGA should not advise a contractor in writing of acceptance of the project until all work is complete and concurrence has been obtained from the department. The final invoice. So inside of your agreement, there's this little wording here that says that your final invoice must be submitted within 6 months of the completion of the construction and acceptance of the project to be eligible for reimbursement by the department. Any invoices submitted after this time will not be eligible for reimbursement. Now, we've never enforced that. However, it would be beneficial, and it's better for everybody. It's better for other municipalities, for the whole group, because if you will submit your final invoice as soon as possible, we can close out this project. Any money left over can go for other projects, So there's usually reasons why, we don't get the invoice within 6 months, but we should work towards doing that. And that's not to say that someday, boom, you're following this statement here, without a justification, you're not getting paid. We just don't know. So, but so far, we're able to pay invoices. But if everybody would work towards doing that, I think it would really benefit. It makes it cheaper on you too, because the longer that project stays out there, the longer, there's time for folks to charge to it. So our whole goal is to get the money on the street. That's what this whole program is about. So that's what we want to do. We want to get the money to you, and we want to close it out. And that's, one thing I would like for us to focus on is getting those final invoices in. So this is different things about the invoices coming in. If you could email your invoice prior, or when you're getting ready to put it in the the EBS or portal, the portal, it gives us, I think it gives us a little head start on getting that to if it's a construction invoice, to our oversight engineers or to right away or whoever it might be going to check it. And we might could find something really quick that's wrong, you know, and say, hey, you don't have your DBIS forms before you go putting it in the portal. It might, you know, help us in that manner. So I think that's a good thing to do. Make sure your material, I think Jackie mentioned that she was having issues in Division 12 where the contractor is not reducing, like you do materials prepayment to the contractor. They're not reducing it off of their next pay app that their pay request that they're sending it to the local government. So we want to make sure those are being deducted off. Once their work is performed, that's when you would need to deduct off the materials prepayment. We've already mentioned the DBEIS form must be attached to the construction invoices. This is, if I know like the city of Charlotte uses their internal staff in various capacities through the life of the project, we need to get, if you have, and they also charge like an overhead rate, they call it a multiplier. So it would be like 1 point whatever times the hourly rate. It seems like we've done this one time. It took a very long time to get that approved, and it's approved by the calendar year. So, you know, if you're going to be if you're the project manager and you're going to, you know, submit an invoice with hourly rates on there and it's got that multiplier, we need to go ahead and get that sent. And then it could be good for everybody for the whole year, you know. So we want to, because we have to send that up and it has to be done a certain way. I have an example now, but anyway, that's what we would like to do is go ahead and get that approved. Let's see. Submit the tax form. Yeah. So when the contractor sends in his pay app, then the tax form is required because the department's not going to reimburse for sales tax. So in that, when you're reviewing that, like, so, you know, cases of Gatorade is not, you know, they don't need to, we're not going to be, you know, including that. Didn't we have that on the project? It's only for materials that are put in the project. Like, how was it worded? Do you remember? Yeah, permanently incorporated in the project is what it would be. And so we had to, you know, go through and edit all that and get that changed. So you just take a look at it, make sure the materials listed are permanently incorporated in the project. And it says it on y'all's tax form down there that it specifically says that. Okay, proof of payment must accompany each request for reimbursement. So that can be a canceled check, that could be electronic information from the bank. I think once, Marta, you helped us get something like a certificate. We didn't have anything, and so the certification from the municipality was provided for that. But we can't get it processed without the proof of payment. So that's one thing, it'll come back. Okay, so we have a new form, a non-participating certification form that will be with your final invoice. It's just like a check off, because that's another thing our oversight engineers does is make sure that all the non-participating charges are not on the invoice. And so that this form is the LGA saying, okay, we're not charging you for anything that is non-participating. And that would be like something, let's say that materials and tests wouldn't certify and we can't pay for it, or maybe it's something you added that Federal Highway is not going to participate in. And so you just need to make sure that that's coming off and you're not charging that to the department. Okay. If the municipal agreement is expired, invoices won't get paid and we need to do a supplemental agreement. Jeff mentioned this to extend the date. So y'all probably have had projects like that. So we need to check that. We don't want anything to be delayed. So if we could, you know, if you all and us check the agreements to make sure that it'll say like 5 years or 3 years past the full fully executed date or when the agreement was executed. So that would be when the chief engineer signs, you see that date down there. And if you've gone 3 years past that, oh, you can bring up, we need to do a supplemental agreement, you know, because we want our payments to keep coming. We don't want to delay and we want to pay. So we want that to have time to get that supplemental agreement done so we can pay you. Okay, so your funds can be moved across phases. Like you got X amount of dollars for the project, you know, and you didn't use everything in PE, then that can apply to construction or right of way or however, you know, you're going to get all your dollars across the different phases. Okay, so it doesn't hurt to ask. I know, like if there's something that you're asking if we could get reimbursed for, you can ask for that. And then we can, I think there was a work group that Marta did recently for different things that, you know, people had questions like, can we get reimbursed for, what was it, trash cans or benches or decorative whatever, or, you know, different things. So you can, I think we're working on that, and you can ask, you know, can I get reimbursed for, I know one municipality, last time we had this, didn't know they could get reimbursed for condemnation. So you can ask for, you know, what can we get reimbursed for, and then we can check on that if we don't know. So invoicing, if you can invoice every 6 months, and then, like I mentioned about the final invoice, we have some smaller municipalities that want to reimburse, want to submit an invoice every month, and that's fine too. But a project or a phase becomes inactive, I think, with Federal Highway if there's no charges every 12 months. So, and our goal is to get money out there, so we want to keep that, keep the invoices coming, and so we can keep the money flowing. All right, records and retention. Okay, so there's I don't know why that's bigger, the final invoices page. I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on there. It was probably because I did it on Sunday night. That was it, Sunday night. So there's an error. There's 2 things wrong. Well, 3 things wrong with this slide here. It's not, I just learned this yesterday. We worked through this, I think it was yesterday. But we will send you a letter, and it will be right on the letter. But for retention and our records and retention policy, you all need to keep your records for federal projects 5 years past the federal voucher date. And this says 3 years, but that's not correct, because the state or maybe your own auditors could be requesting audits information 5 years after the federal voucher date. And also for state funded projects, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be 5 years. Well, it's not going to be federal voucher date, but it's 5 years past the date we pay your final invoice. So Jeff will be sending you a letter at the end of the project when everything's closed out that tells you what your retention and storage is. Okay. Am I over time, or I'm talking fast enough? Okay. So this invoice, or this here, is about final billing, and I just wanted to. This is pictures from SAP, so I wanted to share this so you can kind of see what we're looking at. And this is a small project. I think it's a Concord project. And you could kind of see what our SAP system shows. So I wanted to explain that we have what's called surcharges. If a dollar hits, this is like our accounting system here. So if a dollar hits either you can see our PE WBS there, and we have a construction WBS, and this is where our funding and our expenditures are. So if you have a dollar that is charged to one of these WBSs, the next month, the first week of the next month, you're going to have what's called surcharges. And those surcharges are different for different projects, because whatever type of project, you'll have different lists. Like you see, this one has BSIP surcharge, CS surcharge, GIS surcharge, TIP special DIST. I don't know what that is, but you'll have different. And so whatever type of project, it will get different surcharges. And those surcharges change, the percent changes each year. So if you have $1, let's say it's around 3%. So for every dollar that's charged the next month, 3 cents is going to hit, you see. So we have surcharges, then we have internal labor charges. Your oversight engineers would be charging, Jeff would be charging, working on these projects. His the reviewers he was talking about earlier would be charging to these projects, their labor would be. You see, okay, the oversight charges there. That's the professional fees paid by individual. That's for our firms, for our oversight engineers charging. And then you see payments to municipalities there. So at the end of the project, when we finish, okay, when you're billing us your invoices, you're taking out, let's say it's an 80/20, you're taking your invoice and you're reducing it by 20% each time. And that's your participation. But you see, we have charges on the project, okay? And your 20% has not arrived yet. So at the end of the project, we'll be billing you for your percent match on all those charges. And we, I forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry. Oh, I got it. Or overruns. So we bill for your match and we bill for any overruns over the funding. At any time during the project, if you want to know, if you want to update on your project, like how much have y'all charged, how much do I have left? Feel free to ask. We can look that up. It's not a problem. So I just wanted to bring this up. Like I think most municipalities know about this now, but just in case, you're a project manager and you didn't, you would know. I think Jeff said normally, or, we're overall at about 10% for the whole project. There's 3% around surcharges, and then, it varies, but we can check on that anytime and let you know. But any phase, PE, right away, and construction would have, DOT internal charges on it. So I think that's it.
Does this look right?
This is a new flow chart that I think Tammy Richards worked on, if y'all know her. The blue, this looks bad. There's a lot to it. Most of everything's like, yellow there, so that's us. But the blue is the LGA responsibilities for the closeout. So it's just saying, the final inspection you hold with the DOT present, the let's see, you're writing the acceptance letter to the contractor after you get concurrence from the department. You're getting the final pay quantities from the contractor. Let's see, NCDOT concurrence in construction includes notice of acceptance date. And then the last thing you're doing is submitting your final invoice, that non-participation certification we talked about, and okay, and sending in your as-bills. So that's the LGA's part of your responsibilities in the closeout of the project. I feel like I talk forever. Do y'all have any questions? Thank you.
That was great. Thank you, Kelly. She's super thorough, so we appreciate you, Kelly. You do a lot of work. If you're feeling like you need something crunchy and a little sweet, there's granola over there to replace the cookie. Marta Matthews. Popular among somewhat. Oh, we didn't have you. We were gonna do, yeah. He's got this queued up for you.
All right. All right, and the last person between you and going home. Or back to the office. I know. Yeah, this went long, right? So one of the things that I just want to talk about some of the updates that our office is doing, and I'm sorry, by the way, I'm Marta Matthews. I'm the manager of the Local Programs Management Office with NCDOT, so from Raleigh. But I'm just kind of doing a lot of odds and ends, things that little things that are new. First of all, how many of y'all have an NCID? All right, that's good, but maybe not perfect. So that's the way you are going to have to get into EBS going forward. In fact, we got an email, I think yesterday, day before yesterday, that said, we've deleted all these people, they don't have an NCID. So you no longer have access to EBS. And I think there were a few people from Charlotte on that list. I can pull it up if y'all want to ask me. SCID? No, no. NCID. Let me pull up our website. Sorry. So if you go to our website, easiest way to get there, if you're on the Connect site, click on local governments and then click on local programs. So here's our website. I think Jeff kind of screenshotted it a little earlier. This has been reorganized not too long ago. We're still in the process of making changes to it, mainly because our office does more than just locally administered projects. We also do municipal and developer agreements for DOT projects where the other party has asked us to include additional work in our projects and they're paying for it, or they have to do maintenance. So there's a whole group in our office that works on those agreements. We do local projects, locally administered projects. And one thing we don't have on here that I probably need to add is we also are doing all the federal grants that NCDOT is getting. So our office is responsible for working on those agreements between NCDOT and USDOT, and then also coordinating all the reporting for those projects. So I don't have anything on this website about that. If you, as a city, are getting a federal grant and are acting as a subrecipient with NCDOT, we're going to treat your project just like a LAP. It's going to be treated like a locally administered project, but you will have two agreements, one with NCDOT to reimburse those federal funds and the agreement with USDOT or federal highways and NCDOT and you as a local government. So there'll be two agreements with that. But anyway, so local projects, if you want to come to our website, click on local projects. This information will change down below. We do have information about EBS. If you click on the security form, I think this will work. We've changed it and refer to having to have an NCID to get access to the system. So the first thing you're going to do when you fill out this form is you're going to give us your NCID. If you do not have one, this is the link to go find the person at your agency that can help you get an NCID set up. We're not in that business. You've got to go to your NCID coordinator or administrator with your city, and then they will help you get set up with an NCID. And once you get it, if you didn't already have it, come back, fill out this form, and then submit it, and we'll get you linked. We'll have your NCID linked to EBS so you can access that. We've been going through this transition over the last several months. Like I said, they've cut everyone off, I think, May 1st. So if you should have gotten an email saying, hey, your username is changing from this username to this username, which is your NCID. If you didn't get that, then you maybe have been kicked out of the system. But we'll help you with it. Ask Justin if you have a question about your access to EBS. But really, if we can't help with passwords anymore. We can't help with resetting. All that's going to have to go through NCID. I do think if you go back up to Connect, if you go over here to Powell Bill, and some of you may work with the Powell Bill program. I think they have a pretty good explanation here because they switched over to using NCIDs actually several years ago. So they have some good information here about if your NCID account is inactive, what you have to do to make sure to get it reactivated. And again, NCID account issues will need to be addressed with NCID directly. EBS support cannot assist. Yeah, right. Okay. Let me go back to our site and go to local project delivery resources. Again, we've moved things around a little bit. This is where you're going to see the information about the 2025 webinars. We are holding these the last Wednesday of every month. We just did one about the changes to EBS and NCID. So if you want to go back and watch the video about that, you are more than welcome to do so. I will be shortly setting up the webinar link for the end of May. We are going to have Sam Fredericks from M&T do a presentation on the LAP material certification guide. So what Kelly just talked about, the new guide, he's going to go over that and provide some useful information about M&T, because as Kelly said, that is a big risk area. If you are not meeting M&T requirements, that's where you lose your money. So we want to make sure that you can keep as much money as you can.
Marna, I had a question. Is the time different on each Wednesday?
No, well, it shouldn't
We
be.
do it 11 a.m.
Yes,
so we can block out our calendar.
Yes, the intent is to do it. I need to add that up here. In addition to everything else, I also have to update the website. It is supposed to be at 11 last week. I just ran into a bunch of conflicts and I was like, okay, I'm just going to have to put it at 2. So yeah, so figure y'all can go back and watch it again. But yeah, generally last Wednesday at 11 a.m. Let me pull up real quick, see if I can do it. Get this thing out of the way. Stop coming down. Okay. There. All right, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna pull up our test site for EBS to see if I can just give you a quick look at how EBS is gonna look. And like Jeff said, there are gonna be some improvements. So I'm sort of logging in as a test user. All right, I'm here. Okay, so when you log into EBS now, you have one tile, you click on it, and then it opens up to a menu of different options that you can do. So what they've done is they've taken those menu items and made them all tiles. So when you come in and you need to request a new agreement for a project, you're going to come over here to LPMO application because you basically are applying for your agreement. If you have to submit an activity, you need to submit the environmental document, right-of-way information, the plans. You're going to click on LPMO activity. Same with claims. Those are your reimbursement requests. Change requests are for authorizing funding or requesting supplemental agreements. So when you click on these tiles, based on your login, all your projects should show up. I don't know if this is exactly what it's going to do. You can come in here and put in your TIP number. I don't know what's in the dummy system, but and I told them we also need to be able to see TIP. Here we go. So EB 5878. So I want to submit something on this project. I'd come in and it would show me what I had already submitted. it's approved, you cannot resubmit on that. This shows me something that has been submitted already. So this will tell me what it is. This is the environmental document. If there's one submitted, I need to wait for those comments to come back before I submitted another one. If it says returned over here, you can open this one up and resubmit it with new documents. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on that. Y'all can go watch the video from last week. I just wanted to give you an idea of what it looked like. A couple of the tiles that they have on here, subcontractor awards and subcontractor payments. Kelly was talking about submitting the DBEIS form. When our office gets that reimbursement claim, we go in and actually enter in the payments that show up on that form. But this gives you all the opportunity to do that. I'm not going to say y'all are going to have to do that yet, but I think that might be coming. That would just make our lives a lot easier for you to be able to do that. And like Kelly says, all that information gets aggregated up to a statewide level. So we kind of track and see how much DBE payments we're making. There's also a new feature, this dashboard, which will allow you to sort of see all your projects at a glance. How much has been authorized, how much has been paid out. I think you can go here to open grants, give you a sort of a detail. And what we really like over here is this grant expiration date. So y'all could go in and filter and say, let me see which ones are nearing expiration so I can go in and request a supplemental agreement to extend the time rather than having to go through each project. I don't think we had this before. So this is gonna go live, did I say May 20th? Justin, do you remember? Okay, so somewhere around the third week in May, we think this is gonna go live. So hopefully this will be a lot more good information for y'all to navigate. We know there will be some questions. Again, feel free to reach out to Justin if you have any problems. Okay. Couple other things. We did talk about, or I think Kelly mentioned Tammy Richards, who worked with Federal Highway. She is working with our office as an embedded consultant. She's kind of working on the construction side, trying to just get some more standardization in, working with our construction unit on, issues that we see come up with local projects that maybe DOT has not always had direction on, particularly just updating forms and things to use for local, so you're not using the DOT forms. Coming up with that whole closeout guidance, that was really helpful, I think, especially for internal staff, just to lay out all the steps we have to go through to close out a project. So we are also initiating some conversations about setting up construction sites on SharePoint for each project so that locals, consultants, maybe contractors can have access to those sites to upload documents. There's a couple of sites and a couple of projects in Division 5 that they're doing that right now. But so we don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but we just feel like needs to be a better way to provide this construction contract administration and getting all the paperwork together in one place where everyone can see it. I know Jackie and Kelly will agree with this. For local projects, we have to sort of do it the old-fashioned way, by paper, because there's no system like we do use for DOT projects. So I think it's been a struggle in the past to get all that information together and in one place and have some consistency. So that may be coming. We're still talking about it with different people. And then I had a note on here about roadway. I know, Jeff, you said you send stuff to special studies for review, and that's still ongoing. We did talk to them a couple of months ago, and they said they were coming up with a system for submittals, for reviews. And I thought, okay, great. Now we have another system to go into, but I haven't heard anything more about that. But again, that was more also thinking, could consultants use that, to submit things for review? But we're still still just keep coming through the portal until you hear otherwise. And are there any, I just wanted to throw this out there, are there any other requests for training or other suggestions that y'all would like to see? I know we do this every 2 years, I guess. I know we're trying to do some stuff online with webinars, but any suggestions that y'all have for training or any areas that we can provide more guidance on? If you don't know any right now, you don't have to say it, but you certainly reach out to our office. Let us know if you think about anything or even the format for how it's done. Because I know this can be a lot of information and overwhelming all in one day. But if there's any questions that you have about our office or anything you've heard today, if you want to ask anything. Yeah, right. I'm not going to answer the right away questions. All right. Let me log out of that.
Thank you, Maria.
That dashboard. So
I don't mess with
yeah, you go in and do something.
Thank you so much. Those were great presentations, and again, appreciate you coming today and the folks online. Are there any final questions before we adjourn? A little bit early. We're good. So I will email out everybody that signed in and remotely some additional handouts. Give me a few more days. I can see I'm looking at Jeff. He's going to help me. So look for some more emails coming. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me log out of that.
Thank you, Maria.
That dashboard. So
I don't mess with
yeah, you go in and do something.
Thank you so much. Those were great presentations, and again, appreciate you coming today and the folks online. Are there any final questions before we adjourn? A little bit early. We're good. So I will email out everybody that signed in and remotely some additional handouts. Give me a few more days. I can see I'm looking at Jeff. He's going to help me. So look for some more emails coming. Thank you.
Yeah.